The first meeting, which started here, was about sustainability and the new automotive value chain. At that time, 7 years ago, most people thought that to be sustainable meant covering an extra cost. But Andrea Boragno felt that it wasn't such a case. In fact, if you were sustainable, you could add value, you could increase the value of your brand, you could attract investments. And that was a very new message. And in little time, Alcantara became the first firm, perfectly sustainable. But we said, can we discuss this simply between us in the academia and business? No. We wanted a three-legged table, because the three-legged tables cannot wobble. It won't vibrate, it won't fall. And we needed a third leg besides professors, teachers, university people, business people. We needed the final and interested destinataries of this teaching, and that is the consumers. And the consumers are represented here by the ladies and the gentlemen of the press. And we are very pleased that they are with us, because they represent the final, ultimate message that we would like to send from here. Now, I'm very pleased that you could come, and that among us, although I do not see him at present, we have the CEO, the new CEO of this San Servolo Servizi of the island. The island, the small island that you have reached in a few minutes, 6 minutes from St. Mark's Square, is difficult to leave. You'll find out that unless you get a boat, you'll stay here. You'll stay here with us. And it's a wonderful opportunity to concentrate. Now, I want to keep this short, and I will not imitate a professor from Yale who came here a few days ago and started by saying, I'm from Yale. I'll frame my speech around those 4 letters, Y-A-L-E. And he started with Y. Y stands for youth. And what we're interested in is getting young people, young girls, and teaching them something. And he dealt with youth and the importance of young people about 10 minutes. After that, A, he said, stands for ambition, that great American value. And he gave about 10 minutes to ambition. We were now sitting pretty deep in our seats, and he went on. L stands for learning. What we want is people to learn from us. And this is why at Yale, and he went on for about 15 minutes on what they did at Yale. Finally, with E, was for education. Education is the final aim of our activity. And he rounded up his speech with 10 minutes on education. Now, at the end, we all gave him an applause. He came sitting by me and he said, how did I do? I said, pretty well. But we're all very happy that you don't come from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Well, I will try, and since our university has just 3 letters, VIU, I will stay here and keep it short. But I will wish you a very, very interesting time. I'm sure that the number of people present in this room, from Ca' Foscari, from other universities which belong to our network, from business communities, from the press, and so forth. We are so proud of having you here. And during probably the few moments in lunchtime or later, you'll have a look at this beautiful exhibition that we have on the long corridor. It has to do with Ettore De Concilis, a fantastic painter from Rome. He works in Rome. We just opened that a week ago. And together with that, we brought 3 new sculptures, which I hope will interest you. They add up to the other 10 that we have already more or less disseminated in the island. And I hope you enjoy this. So you're creative people, and we believe that art and science go very well hand in hand. So let me wish you a very splendid day, and I hope we shall become friends, and you'll come back and consider VIU and this beautiful island partially your home. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for participating to the 6th Symposium, International Symposium on Sustainability, organized by Venice International University and Alcantara. I feel very honored and pleased and grateful for the participation of some important representatives of institutions. Even if they are not here in presence, they wanted to show their interest and their support to this type of initiative by sending, in one case, a video message. In another case, they sent a script that will be read by me very soon. And then we will have a speech given on remote mode. This representative of institution are the Minister of Sustainable Infrastructure and Mobility, Enrico Giovannini, the Minister of University and Research, Cristina Messa. Cristina Messa sent us a speech that will be read by me soon, and the Minister Enrico Giovannini will send us a video that will be projected, also this one in the first section. And then we will have a member of the European Parliament, Simona Bonafè. So, given this, I would like to express my gratitude to all the ones who made this symposium possible, starting from the guest speaker, who enthusiastically reacted since the very beginning to our invitation, to all the ones attending in presence in this room, as well as those who follow the symposium through live streaming. And also I want to remember the precious work, hard work made by all the staff of Venice International University and all the staff of Alcantara to cover the organizational and logistics aspect. Very important point. A very, very, very special thank to Social Impact Agenda for Italy in the person of the chairwoman, Giovanna Melandri. Giovanna Melandri has been participating to a number of previous editions of this symposium here in Venice. And this time, in this edition, she gave an essential contribution for the session related to impact finance. A very special thank also to Antonello Ciotti, the chairman of the Committee of European Producers of Polyester, and also gave a very important contribution for the session of polyester case. Given this, now a few words on the subject that will be discussed, which is greenwashing. Greenwashing is not for sure a new subject, nevertheless has been growing fastly and strongly in the very last years. We wanted to dedicate this symposium to greenwashing because we do believe that there is a big, important gap between the seriousness and magnitude of the problem and the awareness about how this problem is getting dangerous. And greenwashing is dangerous. Greenwashing is deceiving final consumer and the market in general. It's creating cases of unfair competition in many cases, and is, this is also an important point, diverting an important flow of investment originally intended to be directed to sustainable activities and finance to activity and corporation that are not sustainable. So greenwashing must be addressed. It's the enemy. It's not just wrong. It's much worse than wrong. It's going exactly in the opposite direction where sustainability should go, and is also the enemy of any green transition. And if we want to have a real green transition, we have to address and find solution for the greenwashing. So this will be the issue that will be debated, and I hope to have nice consideration and this evening to go back home with new ideas and new inspiration, if you want. One last thing, according to the best tradition of this symposium, we always pay a lot of attention of putting and having the participation of representative of the industry and the business people, together with the academics, scientists, policymakers when they are present. And this time, the industry represented the polyester industry, that in our opinion is extremely representative and significant, for a number of reasons. Let me mention only one. According to the European Commission, there is a directive from the European Commission that is imposing that by 2025, the content of polyester, recycled polyester in polyester must be at least 25%. I am sure that representative of polyester industry will be able to show you and to explain you how that to enforce this type of goal is absolutely necessary to wipe out greenwashing. At this point, the time is running, and I invite Giovanna Melandri.
Good morning. It is really great to be here, this time in a slightly different mode. I wasn't here all the 6 editions, but I was here often. I think at least for 4 of them, if I'm not wrong. And I really want to acknowledge and appreciate how much this university, Ambassador Vattani, and the CEO of Alcantara have been since long involved in thinking over the patterns and the models for sustainable economy and for an impact economy. I remember even last year. No, was it last year? No, it was not last year, because last year we were all closed in our homes, but 2 years ago we had a great conversation over how finance flows could be helpful to drive that change. Now, why am I here in a slightly different position? I will be very brief. I don't come neither from Yale nor from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, but I am here representing an organization called SIA, so it's a very short acronym, which stands for Social Impact Agenda per l'Italia. And I'm representing here the Italian knot, if I could say so, of a great international movement called Global Steering Group for Social Impact Investment, led by Sir Ronnie Cohen. We will listen to his contribution in the afternoon. And what we represent here is the stakeholders in this country of a new paradigm, which is impact economy and impact finance. So I want to be very brief, because I will be discussing this lately much more widely and deeply. But let me just statement for this morning that looking back, I think we should acknowledge a good news and a bad news. I always prefer starting from the bad news. The bad news is that we are facing, as Andrea Boragno said very well just one moment ago, we are facing a public enemy. For all of those who have been working since years, decades, on ecological and social transition, this is a huge issue today. ESG, I will go into the deep in the afternoon, later in the panel, but ESG compliance has become worldwide, and we already are seeing cases, very straightforward cases of how this is working. ESG has become, in some cases, a marketing tool. And there's nothing bad about marketing. If you're on the market, you need to do marketing. Market is fair, but we are not interested in marketing something which is not what it's meant to be. And this is, this is growing. It's growing a lot. And I think that it must be addressed on a communication level, as Mr. Boragno just said. But I think it has to be addressed also on a regulatory level. And there's a huge issue around which Social Impact Agenda per l'Italia and also Human Foundation, which I represent, are working a lot, which is how do we account change? How do we account impact? How do we measure impact and change? This is the philosophical question which must be addressed. I know that in this room there are many people that are well acknowledged around this issue, and we will discuss this. So the bad news is that it's becoming an important enemy to transition. And the bad news is that if we look at numbers worldwide, and just 2 days ago, we had the last IPCC report, more than 2 days, but 2 days ago there was this article, I'm sure you've seen that, on Nature, saying how much the capacity of absorbing carbon dioxide has shrinked by the biodiversity and the biosphere. And we all know what the IPCC report is confirming us. And by the way, I am now really too old to see the IPCC report arguing year after year that the science that was behind the Rio summit in '92, so it's 31 years, was perfectly correct. And if you look at this, and if you look at the amount of assets under management that are now self-declaring to be ESG compliance, which is a huge amount of assets under management. And, these two measures simply don't fit. Somebody is lying. It is not true. So this is the bad news. The good news, I'll be short on the good news. The good news is that a lot of investors, a lot of savers, of citizens, of investors, are willing, they declare that they are willing to reorient their investment towards sustainability. This is what we are working at since many years. We're not new to the game. We're not new to the ecosystem. So how do we put these things together? Without diverting this awareness and this declaration of intentions into something which is not impactful. I think Europe is helping us. Europe is helping us with the regulatory framework. We need regulations, and we need to make sure that these regulations are enforced. We need integrity. I think Europe is helping. I'm sure that, but there's a third factor. We need regulations. We need the willingness of the financial and economic operators. But then we also need standardized and recognized way of evaluating the impact. And this is where our work stands. So I will be discussing this later. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and President Vattani, to be here is always such a joy. We're in a new place. I very much enjoyed to see your art show. And let me just end with this. I ran to Venice in the night because yesterday we were we were launching at Maxi, at the Museum of Contemporary Art, which I have the very big honor to chair. A great, great show, I hope you will all come sooner or later, by Sebastiano Salgado on the Amazon. And as I was saying before, even the Amazon today, since some months, is not capable anymore to reabsorb our carbon dioxide which it produces. Salgado has depicted the beauty of that Eden, of that garden. I think starting from the Bible myth of the garden, we really all need to regenerate that garden. The garden far away in the Amazon, but our gardens in our lives. I think this is what we're here for. So I hope this symposium will help us, guide us through that objective. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Alina Abraham. I am the World Bank Connect for Climate Youth Ambassador. I work with the Global Landscapes Forum, and I have the honor of being your MC for today. Thank you so much for that opening and the welcome. This is one of the most beautiful places I think we can have this conversation. And the online audience, I think you'll be able to feel the beauty of Venice and San Salvador from the online view. So today we have 4 different sessions. And the first one is addressing the green transition. I'm really excited about this topic because for the past 3 days, I have been in Milan at the Convention Center with hundreds of other young delegates at the Youth for Climate Driving Ambition event. You may have seen it, but we spent so many hours together negotiating. We had 2 young people from nearly every country that has signed on to the Paris Agreement. And we were discussing how a sustainable recovery can really, how can we accelerate the green transition through recovery plans that address climate action. And I think there was a real resounding message from the youth. You'll see them on the streets probably later today for the strike. But we felt really strongly that we need to move faster. We need to take action on our commitments and not just make promises. We need science and mechanisms of accountability. And we need holistic and cross-sectoral dialogues like the one that we're having today. So I just wanted to bring this up because this topic is so important. We talked about greenwashing. How can we as, conscious consumers, as this generation that really cares, be able to know about the impact and be able to know what decisions we're making? So I really hope that we'll be able to make real progress today. So on this first session, we'll have a message that actually arrived last night from Maria Cristina Mesa, the Minister of University and Research. So I'd like to invite Chairman Borrego back to the stage to share this message with you all.
Has been invited, the minister, 1 week ago, and she couldn't make it, she couldn't come, but she wanted at least to send a message that I'm gonna read you. Minister of University and Research, Cristina Mesa. I wish to express my support to the 6th International Symposium on Sustainability, as well as my appreciation for the focus on the issue of greenwashing that the organizers choose for this year's edition. As Minister of University and Research, as well as a scientist, I am convinced that science and research play a pivotal role in assuring sustainable development and a green transition for our world. Regrettably, segments of our societies, not always, and not only the less educated, tend to show a growing mistrust vis-à-vis science, mostly due to the spread of fake news and to malign disinformation campaign. False claim from commercial interest add to this, contributing to disillusion. This is most dangerous for our future, for it potentially undermines the credibility of science as a fundamental tool for our growth and for our very survival. The dignity of science cannot and must not be hostage of ignorance and prey to unscrupulous business. My heartfelt thanks, therefore, for addressing this issue in such a relevant forum, which certainly will help tackling a growing concern in our society. With my best wishes for a fruitful work. Maria Cristina Messa.
Thank you. I think it's amazing, actually, that we can have the policymakers joining us. So we'll have a video message now from the Minister of Sustainable Infrastructure and Mobility, Enrico Giovannini.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you, although in a virtual way, and congratulations to the organizers of this international event, which is absolutely timely, important, because it looks like everybody talks about sustainability. In the media, the word sustainability grew up in terms of citations, in terms of articles. In the advertisement world, the word sustainability is almost everywhere. It looks like all food and cars and any other product is produced according to sustainability principles. Actually, some people say that the term sustainability is abused, is burned out. Is it true? Well, I hope not. I've been working in this field since 2001, when I became chief statistician of the OECD in Paris. And at the time, we were trying to measure the sustainability of economic, social, environmental policies. At the time, some countries were even forbidding the citation of the term sustainability. Now everybody talks about this, and we have to recognize this. Policymakers are doing a lot of efforts at international, supranational, and national level, and even at local level, to try to become more sustainable. And the same applies to private sector, not only manufacturers or service providers, but also those who work in finance. And we cannot deny that a lot of things happened over the last 5 years, are happening right now, and are in the pipeline for significant changes in the way in which our economies and societies work. Is this enough to avoid the ecological crisis, the climate crisis, the increase of inequalities, a long-term perspective of public policies, a change in the way companies work? Unfortunately not. We have to do much more. In a book that I published 3.5 years ago about the sustainable utopia, I was trying to identify some of the key ingredients of this change. First of all, technological change, because without a huge shift in technologies, there is no way to give energy, food, and to work together and move together without killing the planet. The second ingredient was the capacity of mobilizing culture, from a cultural point of view, people, policy leaders, business leaders. And the third was governance. And this is where I think your work at this conference is particularly important. Because governance is about changing the way in which people make these collective decisions. make choices in terms of investments, saving, and the way in which we work collectively together in a more efficient and unified way. Greenwashing is a big risk, and especially in the business sector and the financial sector, a lot of efforts have been done to try to measure how sustainable companies are, how sustainable investment funds are. And Europe, from this point of view, is indeed at the forefront at international level, finding a way to define a taxonomy of economic activities, very strict rules for financial choices in terms of to be recognized as in favor of sustainability, with the emission of social and green bonds to finance the next generation EU effort, an historical effort. Europe, the European Union, will become the first emittent of bonds, social, green, SDG bonds worldwide. We know that there are some problems, issues that we have to address and solve in order to avoid the risk of, or at least minimize the risk of greenwashing. First of all, common definitions. Second, transparency by companies, but also by public institutions about what they are doing, and adopting indicators about outcomes, but also indicators about the way in which decisions are made can help a lot in this perspective. Third important element is the international comparability of taxonomies, of standards, and we know that we are a little bit in a messy situation because the market pushed a lot of companies to propose their own taxonomies, their own set of indicators, their own ways to evaluate how green a company, an investment fund, a government is. And also at European level, this kind of confusion is still present. Now, let me conclude these introductory remarks saying that the Italian government is not only fully committed to contribute to the European Green Deal and the full implementation of the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience, which is a way to create an ecological transition, a social transition, and a digital transition. But in our ministry in particular, we are investing a lot in terms of changing the way in which decisions are made. The name of this ministry changed because I proposed that to the Prime Minister Mario Draghi, from Ministry for Infrastructures and Transport into Sustainable Infrastructures and Mobility. It's a cultural shift that now is being reflected in procedures, for example, on the way in which construction projects have to be prepared, looking at the impact of individual projects on the ecological targets, on digital targets, and of course, well-being of people targets. Is just a beginning of a revolution that will take time to implement, but not so much time. The introduction of incentives for companies who invest in women, in young people, who reduce the CO2 emissions, and so on and so forth, are already in our legislation now, and the first tenders about the construction of new railroads have been already published. So it's true, we have a lot of issues to solve, but at the same time we shouldn't recognize or dismiss the changes that are happening. Thank you again for your work, and I look forward for reading your conclusions and see whether we can implement your recommendations in our work. Some of those who are today present in this event, starting from Giovanna Melandri, are part of a scientific commission that I established exactly on new ways to finance infrastructure and mobility systems, looking at sustainability as a key element, key ingredient of these investments. Thank you again, and see you soon.
Thank you so much to Minister Giovannini for outlining a bit of a roadmap and also illustrating the commitment of the Italian government to really making a difference on this issue. So next up, we are having a virtual contribution from a member of the European Parliament, Simona Bonafè, who will be joining us to provide some remarks. Welcome, hello.
Hello? Hello? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you a lot. Thank you for inviting me to this very important event dedicated to sustainability and to how to face the threat of greenwashing. These are definitely topical issues at a time when the EU is directing most of its policies and financial resources to the transition to a climate neutral and resource efficient socio-economic model. I want here this morning, I want to present the perspective of a member of the European Parliament that, if you want, is a privileged view, because it's true that Europe is doing really a lot towards sustainability. As you all know, the President of Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, started her mandate 2.5 years ago with a commitment on the Green Deal. And this means that we want to reach in Europe the climate neutrality by 2050. And in line with the Green Deal, EU devotes 30% of the new 7 years budget to sustainable projects, to sustainable programs. And in line with this commitment, Next Generation EU, that is just already been mentioned, and the national recovery and resilience plans of the member states stipulate that at least 37% of the financial resources must be dedicated to investments that contribute to the environmental sustainability of our territories and economies. We are talking about the largest economic aid package in the history of European Union, and we must use it in an intelligent way also to set this economic and environmental transition in motion. By the way, we are fully aware of the fact that climate change and the inefficient use of natural resources represent both a serious danger to the environment, but also a critical factor for the economy. In the last 40 years, the annual global extraction of materials tripled. And by 2050, we will be consuming 3 times the resources produced by our planet. And half of the total greenhouse gas emissions and more than 90% of biodiversity loss and water stress come from resource extraction and processing. This will not stop unless we undertake structural changes, and we have no alternatives to acting and moving to a climate neutral and circular economy. And this is even more urgent now when Europe is finding itself in the middle of an health and economic crisis, a crisis that has revealed the fragility of our value chains and our natural resources supplies, and have also highlighted the exposure of our economy in terms of competitiveness and the ability of a circular model to provide solutions. So we are facing a health emergency, and we cannot afford to find ourselves in a climate emergency with equally devastating effects that the science is already predicting. So moving now with determination and ambition is the only way to ensure sustainable growth. And let me say that European Union takes this challenge seriously and has therefore passed the world's first climate law which sets out the binding nature of the trajectory we must take in the coming years to achieve the goal of climate neutrality in 2050. And this is a concrete and immediate path, starting with an ambitious revision of the CO2 emissions reduction target by 2030 to 55%. But we cannot reach the climate neutrality goal without a real circular economy new model. And as a matter of fact, we are in Europe fully committed to circular economy since 2014, when the first action plan was presented, and the new waste legislation and single-use plastic directive represent the two major pieces of legislation that we adopted in the last mandate. The waste legislation put important and ambitious targets for recycling material, and for the first time, a real and clear limit to landfill. And with the new action plan on circular economy presented last year, Europe wants to concentrate not only to the final step of a product, but on the eco-design of products, in order to have products that from the beginning of their lives are more sustainable and more and recyclable, of course. SUP directive was an important tool to push the transition towards a circular economy for the specific sector of plastic. In particular, it aimed to reduce the use of single-use plastic products. I can agree with the general objectives, but at the same time, as we need to be clear between us and to say and not to go in the line of the greenwashing perspective. So at the same time, I warn about the fact that we won't have just to replace plastics without having a clear picture of the environmental effects of the alternative materials. Today's workshop wants exactly to investigate this important matter in order to avoid greenwashing and to bring consumer to misleading choice. So the European Green Deal fixes the objective to move towards low emission and resource efficient products along the entire value chain. And this is the challenge that we have in the new sustainable product framework legislation that the European Commission should present by the end of the year. As we have already done in the SUP, we will have to fix their common rules and criteria to assess the environmental footprint of the different products along the entire life cycle. In this regard, the minimum recycled content measures are an important leverage to boost the sustainability of products. They represent both an important leverage to boost the uptake of high quality secondary raw materials and a clear awareness signal to orientate consumer choice. And a similar approach should be extended in the upcoming review of the Packaging and Packaging Waste Directive. I am fully aware that the implementation of the SUP directive has shown the difficulty to have a clear and reliable methodology to measure the recycled content in plastic. And I know that the European Commission is working on a new proposal expected by the beginning of the 2022. And this new method will determine how to calculate the figures on recycled plastic claims, claims people find on millions of beverage bottles sold across the continent. So why I am talking about this? Because it would be crucial that these new claims would be developed in order to avoid any kind of misleading information to consumer. Only real green claims which reflect the actual recycled content in final products should be allowed and supported. At the same time, it would be important to define a clear set of sanctions and penalties for those who provide fake information if we want to be coherent with what we want to reach. So in conclusion, as we all agree on the importance of the green transition and on the need to move towards a circular economy model of production and consume as soon as possible, we have all to act in the same direction, producers and consumers, but as European legislators, we are aware of the importance, first of all, to set up a clear and effective regulatory framework as I may say we have done till now, because we are really convinced that this is the right direction that we have to take as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing what the work you're doing to ensure there's credible information to really guide consumer choice. If there are any questions for Ms. Bonafé, there's an opportunity to do that now from the audience. But if not, I think you've offered us a really clear introduction to set the scene. Thank you so much for being with us today, and we'll keep you updated on the progress for the rest of the day. Thank you. So now we get into our second session, the growing issue of greenwashing. We will have 5 speakers who will each present and share information. And as you're listening, please do take down your questions and make note, because at the end of the session, we'll have an opportunity for a question and answer. There's 2 mics on the sides of the room for you to be able to ask our speakers. So yeah, without further ado, I think I'd like to introduce our first speaker, who is Ioannis Ampazzi. He works for the European Commission and the Directorate General Justice and Consumers in the unit focused on consumer enforcement and redress as a policy and legal officer. Please join me in welcoming him.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. We're very happy to participate in today's symposium on such an important topic. I have to say that I'm a bit jealous that I am not there with you, listening also to the great events surrounding the symposium and feeling a bit the atmosphere. Today, I will try to present, hopefully it will work. I will present to you the work that we've done. It's related to topics that have already been mentioned, which is greenwashing, how Europe is helping, how we deal with fake information. So, first of all, let me make sure that my presentation is... I'm sorry for the small... yeah. So hopefully you all see the presentation. So what I'm here today to talk to you is about what we call the CPC sweep on green claims. It is closely related to the enforcement of EU consumer law. In order to explain what the sweep is, I would first like to give you the framework of this exercise. The legal basis is the regulation 2017-2394, what we call the new CPC regulation, which is on the cooperation between national authorities responsible for the enforcement of consumer protection laws. So the cooperation between national consumer authorities. This regulation repealed the previous one, which was number 2016 of 2004, which was the CPC regulation. The CPC regulation established what we call the CPC network. The CPC network stands for Consumer Protection Cooperation Network. And members of this network are authorities from 27 EU member states and European Economic Area countries. So it means that we have more than 400 national authorities that are involved. The scope of the regulation is, of course, to set the framework for the actions of the consumer authorities, the cooperation of consumer authorities, in cases where we have, in relation of business to consumers, breaches to consumer law that take place in at least 2 EU countries, so more than 1. And the consumer rights stem from 27 union legal acts, which vary from the Directive on Unfair Commercial Terms, Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, but also rights that have to do with passenger rights for transportation, also rights of consumers on financial services, and also geo-blocking. With the implementation of the new CPC regulation, the framework became a bit more advanced in order to have a more effective enforcement of consumer law. There were more enforcement powers to the consumer authorities, and there were more investigative powers also to the consumer authorities. And this is what will interest us today, because this is part of the sweep. What is a sweep? The CPC sweeps are coordinated assessments of websites and online information. What this means is that the consumer authorities, at the same time, in a certain period of time that it has been agreed, they check the websites of a specific sector. Their aim is to check if, at the first look, those websites of the sector comply with EU consumer law. This is an annual exercise, and the topic is decided by the member states. The Commission has a coordinating role. This means also that the whole process is under strict confidentiality. The Commission coordinates the exercise, collects the results and the data, produces charters or press releases which present the aggregated data, but cannot provide any information on which companies or which websites have been checked. The CPC sweeps has been an exercise which has been taking place since 2007, has covered different sectors and different topics, airlines, online tickets, digital content, etc. And there is one basic trend: the improvement of compliance of the websites that have been checked. So usually before the sweep, the compliance is about 35% in most of the cases. And after the sweep, which means after they have been identified the infringements and the consumer authorities have taken enforcement measures, the compliance can reach up to 97%. Of course, this means that the sweep is a very effective tool because it helps in improving the compliance of a market, of a sector. At the same time, because we're talking about an exercise that happens at an EU-wide level, and it interests EU consumers in all countries, it is a good communication tool because the results attract the media attention and, of course, an awareness raising. At the same time, through the sweep, consumer authorities cooperate either to exchange information or to enforce. And also there are cases where they also, there is a participation of consumer and trade associations in the exercise. What I'm here now to talk and focus is the CPC sweep on the green claims, which took place in 2020. The legal basis for this is the Directive 2005/29 EC on unfair commercial practices, the UCPD, as we call it. This was the legal basis on which the member states' authorities assessed whether certain practices were infringing EU consumer law. Useful for their work were also some background documents, which was the UCPD guidance. The chapter 5.1 is dedicated to the environmental claims. There was a consumer market study published by the Commission in 2014 on environmental claims for non-food products, and the International Chamber of Commerce Advertising and Marketing Communications Code of 2018. First of all, let's see what, for the exercise of sweep, was considered as a green claim. So a green claim was any offer, ad, advertisement, or other statement where the trader suggests or otherwise creates the impression that the good or service has a positive or no impact on the environment. Or again, that the product creates the impression or suggests that the product is less damaging to the environment or more sustainable than competing goods or services. Or when the trader makes similar statements at the company level. The sweep was not focusing on general ethical claims, such as related to working conditions, animal welfare, or health. It is focused on claims which were related to the environment and to the sustainability. Different aspects of the sweep, what the authorities checked was the business sector on which the claims were made, whether the claim was on a concrete product, service, or was it a claim about the trader in general, and how the claim was made. Was it explicit by a text, by a slogan, or was it implicit, simply by the use of colors, by the use of pictures, or other similar means. The main issues that were looked at were basically whether the claim was clear, was unambiguous, and whether the claim was substantiated, was verifiable. In the case that the claim was substantiated, whether this information to support the claim was easy to access by the consumer, was it understandable by the average consumer, and in cases that there were labels that were used, whether those labels were clear and reliable. So in order to give you a few statistics about the sweep, it took place between 20th of October 2020 and 20th of November 2020. This was the period in which the consumer authorities checked websites. We had the participation of authorities from 24 EU member states, but also from Norway, Iceland, and the UK. They assessed in total 344 sustainability claims against various aspects. And the assessment was based on the information that was available only online, so on the website that was checked. And of course, claims were made in various business sectors. They checked of different businesses. As regards the business sector, most claims related 24% to the sector of textile, garment, and shoes, followed by 17% by cosmetic personal care goods, and then by 14% by household equipment. What were the main findings of the sweep? First of all, we're talking about mostly explicit claims. It was a very low percentage of only 1.4% of the claims that were made in an implicit way, for example, with colors or the use of a picture. In 57.5% of the cases, the CPC authorities considered that the trader did not provide sufficient information which would allow to assess the claim's accuracy. So he didn't provide any information to support the claim. In 35% of the cases, CPC authorities considered that the claim included vague statements without any further explanation, such as environmental friendly, eco-friendly, sustainable. In 59% of the cases, CPC authorities found that the trader, even though he had provided a qualification on other evidence to support the claim, he did not provide it in an easily accessible way for the consumer to find it. And on the positive side, to say also something positive, in 76% of the cases, traders made their claims in clear language. The sweep also revealed that in certain cases, there were practices that were blacklisted under the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive. For example, there were cases where the trader suggested that the good or the service has been approved, endorsed, or authorized by a public or private body, when this was not the case. It has never been done. To give you some examples that were indicated by the sweepers, for the authorities that did the check, there was about the outlet of clothes with a statement, good for the environment, cheap for you, without indicating which of the products were good for the environment and why. 100% sustainable, our clothes are sustainable and organic, without any further explanation on the sustainability. Responsible will help you to be good against yourself and nature. Again, this was a very vague statement without explaining to what extent this was good for the nature and how it would be responsible in what way. Natural and organic blend, 100% biodegradable. Again, the word natural, organic, without any further explanation. And made of recycled material for clothes that were made 20% out of recycled material, while the statement as it was made, it gave the impression that it was 100% made of recycled material. So the overall conclusion of the sweep: member state authorities, in 42% of the cases, they signaled that the website should go for a further investigation because they had reasons to believe that the claim was either false or deceptive and could therefore potentially amount to an unfair commercial practices under the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive. What happens in that case? Member state authorities, they contact the trader or they follow legal proceedings according to their own internal legislation, and they make sure that they point out the issues that were detected and that the issues are rectified where necessary. It should be noted that the result of this sweep, which was the first one on this topic, were also feeding the preparation of 2 legislative proposals on empowering consumers for the green transition and on substantiation of green claims, which were announced under the new Deal for Consumers and the Circular Economy Action Plan, but also for the update of the UCPT guidance. Moreover, those results will be further used by the CPC authorities, which right now they are looking on whether they can be of a greater value by creating maybe a guidance on best practices. It should be noted that the sweep of 2020 was not only coordinated with the consumer enforcement authorities in Europe, but it fell under the umbrella of the International Consumer Protection and Enforcement Network, the ICPEN. So there were a similar sweep that took place not only Europe, but also outside of Europe. And the results of the ICPEN sweep showed similar trends. So I'm happy to present something that actually indicated the level of greenwashing that has been identified by the consumer authorities at an EU level. And I will gladly wait for your questions at the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that felt very real for all of us. I know when I'm going and shopping and I'm looking at natural, organic, I'm thinking, what does this mean? So it's wonderful to hear the work that's been done and the clear evidence that has come out of that sweeps. So we have 4 other speakers. So I'm not sure if we want to take the questions now for at the end. Okay, so we'll hear from all 4 additional speakers, and then we'll take the questions at the end. So what I'd like to do now is to invite all 4 speakers up to the stage. Please take a seat, and we'll hear from you one by one. So please join me in welcoming Daniela Novello, Fabio Iraldo, Timothy Nixon, and Monica VIU. Thank you. So we're going to continue to hear more about these critical issues on brands, on corporate marketing, on transparency and ESG ranking. And I'd like to invite Daniela Novello to the stage. She's the senior consultant on consumer insights at GfK, Growth for Knowledge, and will be presenting on consumers and brands, the urgency for a new deal on sustainability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Daniele Novello from GfK. First of all, I would like to really thank Alcantara and the organization, which is pretty perfect, and I'm really pleased to be here in this wonderful place to share with you our reflections on sustainability, and in particular on the urgency of a new deal on sustainability among consumers and brands. I will give you a specific angles because I will talk to you about consumer perspective. And before deep diving the results of our analysis, just a couple of lines about methodology, how we collect this information. We, unless otherwise indicated, we will consider figures coming from our GfK Consumer Life Study, which is a proprietary GfK study, which help us with a really robust and large sample. We will go for analysis based on more than 40,000 interviews. We will focus on 8 European countries, big 5 plus Belgium, Netherlands, and Sweden. And we will go for trend analysis 2015 to 2020. So let's start with a background coming from a global picture. Here we are considering 18 countries accounting for more than 70% of the world output GDP. So what are people around the world telling us? What this mid-term consumer trend is telling us? On one side, I think it's really clear. We see a steady increase in the environmental concern, in the relevance of environmental concern. And on the other side, and in the meantime, we see a clear decrease in the relevance of the economic concern. Even if we were starting from the really high records of 29. Then 2020 arrived, and it goes without saying, pandemic, as you can clearly see, gain relevance, and also, and it's really relevant, economic concern come back to grow. So there's this shift in the trends of concern about economic. And this, and from now on we are on European pictures, and this is quite relevant, and we have to focus on it, because in the past when we asked consumer during period of economic crisis, they were telling us, I can understand it's really relevant, sustainability, but still we are not right now in the position to be fair, to be sustainable. This thing is changing, because right now, if you think we have heard talking about a trade-off in the last months among economy and public health. There's no longer this stressing on the supposed trade-off among economy and ecology. On the contrary, if we think all the discussion about Recovery Fund and Next Generation EU was really about the fact that sustainability can be our way out of these economic difficulties. And this is settled in the consumer mind, and is a big shift. It's just like in the pyramid of Maslow, COVID has helped us pushing back to the bottom part of the pyramid, the sustainability as a primary needs, because it is related to the economic growth right now, and also because we have realized that we cannot be safe if our planet is not safe, as also Pope reminded us. So it's really a relevant shift, a context that is changing, and consumers are changing. The consumers that are managing this period are changing. Here we have defined 3 different groups of consumers. I think the labels are quite self-explanatory, but still, the revenge spending, which are the ones that can wait to come back to their usual purchase habits. The retire spending, which are the ones freezed by the uncertainty, they just freeze their plan and their purchases. And then the rethink spending, which is the more interesting probably of the 3 groups. It's the one that they are the ones that try to manage more proactively the challenging of COVID. They are the ones that are also trying to reconfigure their priority, life priority, and purchase priority. And this is the larger group of the 3. It accounts for half of the European consumer. Then in some countries, we have keep on track at these 3 groups, and we are observing a further increase. These groups is larger and larger, really confirming us that it is the segment that better embody the spirit of the time we are living. We have not here the room to enter in the full details of this analysis, but just a few sketches can help us understanding this rethink consumer and the spirit of time we are living. They are valuing science and competences. They want to be convinced and not surprised, and they have 2 attitudes. They are more open to manage changing and more open to innovations, and they are more sensitive to sustainability. Just a couple of analyses on these 2 peculiar attitudes. We have plenty of analysis regarding the fact that as consumers, we are more and more open to innovation right now. Here I'm just presenting you a simple comparison we had about some interview we have collected right before the outbreak of the pandemic. And some interview we have collected a few weeks after the break of the pandemic. And then we compared the 2 figures, and we found out that we measured this +7 point, which is really a huge shift in the space of few weeks, because we are talking of a full agreement to a statement that it's really strong. So it's really a big shift, and a confirmation of the fact that COVID has significantly impacted these figures, the fact that we are more open to innovation. We have changed our habits, we have lost some routines, we've been forced to be more explorative in our consumptions, in our purchases, and this, we will come back to this later, it's also connected to for sure, innovation with the topic of sustainability, which is the topic I'm focusing right now with this chart, which is a bit complex and crowded, but still the message, I think it's clear and relevant. On the left part of the screen, you can see how we are more and more pay attention to the value for money where we are purchasing, plus 5% in these years. It's not surprising if we think, because of the fact that we are in an uncertain period, also in terms of economics, for sure. But in the meantime, we see also that we are less prepared than before to have compromises on the fact that we want really to purchase products and services that appeal to our beliefs, with a big shift in this year. So in the meantime, once again, there's the weakening of a trade-off. Pragmatism versus value, if we think. It's just like a neo-pragmatic approach on sustainability even is emerging in Europe. And it's really relevant, and we think also it completely makes sense because of it's related to the fact that in the past, sustainability was more for a niche. And so it were more ideologically guided. Right now, it is more mainstream. And so it is more pragmatically driven. And it's also, once again, if we think at the discussion about recovery funds and Next Generation EU, we have heard as consumer much about the fact that if we put effort into this investment and into this challenge, we will be rewarded. And this is exactly what many consumers are expecting right now. So this is probably one of the reasons why, despite crisis and pandemics, sustainability today is still at the very top of the concern of the value from consumer. So still there, but slightly changing understanding. Also, if we think because of the fact of our attitudes to our self-efficacy for each single day, for months and months and months, we'll be exposed to the communication. Please, each of us can really make the differences in fighting the pandemic, but also a similar approach in being more sustainable. So this is kind of an important driver. Also because it is kind of pushing our expectation with regards to brands and companies. Because the more we are engaged, the more we don't want to be free-rided. We want others to put efforts just like us. We don't want to be the one that put efforts and the other are taking advantage out of our efforts. So we are really asking brands and companies, not only brands and companies for sure. My perspective is the relation consumer brands and companies, but I see recently a Eurobarometer study confirming exactly this figure and telling that consumers in Europe are really asking to companies more even than to government and institutions to improve their sustainable efforts. So it's really a strong request from consumer. Just a brief focus on generations, because we keep on hearing, and we know for sure that the younger are really connected to the topic, for instance, of climate change. There's no doubt about it. But if we look broadly, we can clearly see how the more mature segments are really key, more generally speaking, when we talk about sustainability in purchases. Also because, for sure, of the higher purchasing power. Just an alert. If we want to address a target, please be sure to listen to them very carefully, not taking for granted what we hear or the common sense. Here we have a clear example of the fact that, for instance, mature are really into the topic of sustainability when it comes to purchases. But coming back to the main stories, I think this is one of the more relevant charts I'm projecting, and insight coming from this chart, I think it's one of the more relevant, because we feel more and more guilty when we are not environmentally friendly. But still a large portion of people who feel more and more guilty is not prepared to make efforts and to make sacrifice to be more sustainable. And in this clear gap which is still increasing further, we can probably see these requests for a deal. Please help me be fair. We are, as consumer, asking to brands and company. This is a crucial point. It's just like as consumer, we feel the right to be fair. And if I'm not in the position to be fair, you have to help me being fair. For instance, by help me with the barriers that are preventing me to be more sustainable with my purchases. And this is a good example of a good collection of barriers that the consumer told us. I would be more sustainable, but the prices are too high, but the performance of the product is not that good, but it's not easy and convenient to use. And it's really interesting to notice that we can exactly mirror this barrier to the expectation that consumer has towards innovation. We asked in another survey, what's your understanding of innovation? And consumer told us, an innovative product, it's the product or the service that helped me save time, save money, and get the job done in an easy way. They are exactly the barrier we are seeing here. So innovation can for sure play a role, and we have already reflected on the role of innovation for we as Refin consumer, how much we are open to it and how many expectations we are putting into it. But it's not just like this. There is much more. It's not just a good quality product or good performance product. There's this kind of need for being educated by consumers, because near half of European consumers are telling us, I would do more, but I don't know how. There's a clear indication here that it's missing something, that in this new deal that consumers are asking, there's a crucial role played by the topic of education. They want to be helped in understanding how to purchase and use properly the product they will buy. And in the right part of the screen, we can comment that figures by saying there's near half of European consumers that are aware of the fact they can be trapped by greenwashing. So this is really, they are really aware of this fact. And it's not by chance that there's this strong request for third-party certification and information to help me as consumer to detect, to spot the greenwashing and to detect the real green purposes. It's really crucial. And the figure you can see is not from Europe, but it's a global site, but still many, mostly European countries show exactly the same figure. It's telling us that despite the fact, and it's without any doubt, despite the fact that brands are more and more shaping their storytelling on sustainability, still only a few minority of consumers are ready to tell top of mind a brand that it's real sustainable. So there's a strong request for transparency, for trustable communication. This is for sure a strong request for consumers. This is a picture coming from, not from our proprietary study, but from a study we have conducted on behalf of DMV. It was focused on food, but still we have other local survey telling, and not only focused on food, telling exactly the same thing. We are really longing for more transparency and more coherent and trustable information when it comes to social and environmental claims, label, advices. So, in a nutshell, we have seen that we are kind of, there is this emerging of this new pragmatic approach on sustainability, and we are asking as consumers to brands to help us be fair. We expect companies and brands to provide us with sustainable products that are sustainable through innovations, but moreover, and even more important, we are really asking for being kind of educated on how to properly purchase and use the product we will buy, and how to spot and detect what is the real green purpose brand or company, or what is just greenwashing. And hopefully we will have a win-win scenario where engaged consumer and also confident of the fact that their efforts are effective will reward actually the real brand that are striving for sustainability.
Thank you so much for providing the consumer perspective, illustrating the confusion that exists, also the hopes and the desires, as well as the real calls for transparency. So I want to move now to introduce Fabio Iraldo, Professor of Management at Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna in Pisa, to present Beyond Greenwashing, Scenarios and Trends in Corporate Marketing Strategies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you for inviting me. Really. Well, be comfortable in your seat, because the actual name of the university I come from happens to be Scuola Superiore di Studi Universitari e Perfezionamento Sant'Anna di Pisa. So, well, it will take long. No, I'm just kidding. The task I've been assigned today is actually to touch upon 3 key points of greenwashing. Not so much what is greenwashing, but how it works, when it happens, and especially how we can prevent it. And I would do that by relying on some research results that we have achieved in our research team at the university. So I will not linger on the definition of greenwashing. It has been already dealt with. I would like to emphasize 3 key aspects of greenwashing that need to be understood if we really want to understand the phenomenon. First, there is greenwashing when there is a potential impact on the market. So when the claims are able potentially to influence consumer decisions. That is a key point. Second, as you can see from the first definition, greenwashing can be intentional, can be unintentional. It can be just unfounded claim in the eye of the consumer. Doesn't matter. The effect is exactly the same. I have greenwashing insofar as the consumer is biased, is influenced. So whenever you see something on a claim that could be not intentionally biased, well, you have to think that that is greenwashing in any case. And I think it's the largest part in the industry. They don't want to, influence negatively. They don't want to mislead the consumer, but they do it in any case because, well, we will see why. Third key aspect, doesn't matter where the message comes from. The European Commission has said it very clearly. It could come even from a color. If you paint your ad green, that could be greenwashing. So watch out. It could take many different shapes, and this makes things even more complicated. When does greenwashing happen? Well, very interesting data on consumer. To me, it is very important to understand how consumer perceives information. And in this case, this is a very good survey carried out by National Geographic, who created an index of trust. Well, greenwashing is the lack of trust of consumers in what companies say. And this is very dangerous because the lack of trust is undistinctive. So whenever the phenomenon of greenwashing mounts, consumers are induced to consider all the green claims as fake, as greenwashing. That's very dangerous because you put everything into one pot. Also the good companies saying real things and trying to sell their product on a good, reasonable basis. How big is the problem? Are we talking about something that is happening a lot, or are we talking about a unique phenomenon? Well, data are undisputable. There is a rising trend that tells us that companies are increasingly talking about environmental, green, sustainable performance of their products. Percentage are rising sky high. Everybody talks about the environmental performance. I have this very recent research carried out together with the GS1. GS1 is the consortium who is managing the barcode, and they just screen the pack. Don't look through the table. Don't try to read it. I'm just telling you one thing. In Italy, at least, 15% roughly of all the pack of all the product you have on the shelves includes either a claim or some sort of certification or self-certification dealing with sustainability. Okay, 15%. This figure was not even thinkable a few years ago. Okay, so the phenomenon is quite developing a lot. And also, we've talked about certification. Watch out for certification. Quite interesting, the Washington Post, so very reliable source, a few months ago, pointed out that there is a sort of 2.0, greenwashing 2.0, because companies, they have realized that consumers want the consumer wants reliability, certification. So what they do is, well, they kind of, you know, figure out the way of having certifications that are, let's say with a euphemism, less reliable than they should be. So they're using certification, but it's not grounded on a very solid basis. If you're wondering how greenwashing is affecting your real life, well, these are pictures that have been taken in my hotel room this morning, okay? And I can tell you that only one of these claims would pass a greenwashing test. The other would not, okay? So just this morning, think of your day-to-day life. I'm not going to tell you. You have to find out on your own after my presentation. Well, we have carried out similar surveys, so I'm skipping on this. More or less, the data are comparable. I have to say we have looked for potential greenwashing. This is a survey carried out on more than 1,300 ads on the press, the Italian press, so newspapers, magazines, journals, whatever. We cross-analyze all the ad, page by page, with the criteria of ISO 14021. For those of you who are expert, you know that. No? It is the standard of the ISOs telling how to communicate in a proper way. Well, take a look at these. Up to 84% of those ads were running into a strong risk of being greenwashing. 84%. It was just potential, okay? We didn't have the means to verify, but the dimension of this is huge. So you could ask yourself, then what is greenwashing now? How would I be able to identify greenwashing in advertising? Literature tells us that there are several ways, and there are several capital sins of greenwashing. Let me give you just a few examples. I'm running very quickly through this. And each of the sin has a counterpart in a good principle of the ISO 14001. It's a mirror, okay? So for example, hidden trade-off. What does it mean? Well, a claim narrowing on one aspect, well, the real environmental impact is elsewhere. So for example, this bed, this makes me laugh a lot, and it's bed saying it is ecological because you sleep well, your dream are not disturbed by metal components of the bed, regardless of the fact that the bed is made of wood. And so one wonders where the wood comes from. It might be much more important than small pieces of metal. Or talking about recycling, but forgetting that you have many other environmental aspects that might be even more important. No proof, that's one of the worst. No proof means you're not adding information or third-party certification. So you're just stating that there is a sort of benefit, environmental benefit connected with the product, but you're not able to demonstrate, to add information and details for the consumer in order to understand. I will get back to this in the last part of my presentation. Vagueness, it has been told. Vagueness is, I'm talking about things that, well, might be misunderstood and they are not true per se. For example, saying that one ingredient is natural doesn't mean a thing, because natural means that, well, a lot of metals are natural, are in nature. And on the other hand, you have synthetic polymers that they have a very low environmental impact. So what counts is not if it's natural or not, but what is the environmental impact. And that is greenwashing. Not to mention false labels, and we have them a lot in advertising. Companies that are trying to even present their brands with a logo that resembles a sort of a stamp of a certification to give the impression that has been certified by someone else, which is not, by the way. So you will find that more than you know. Irrelevance. Well, this is even more diffused. You talk about one thing that it's not relevant for that product because any other product could say more or less the same thing. Okay, so if you talk about CFCs, you got rid of CACs. I bet there is the Montreal Protocol back in 1986 who is banning these substances from the market. So saying no CFC today is not a lie, but it's greenwashing in any way. Or yeah, we had also jellyfish, love for nature, jellyfish, but then you find out that these clothes hooks, they were made by metals with chrome and so on. The lesser of the two evils. I'm sorry, the graphical part has been a little bit puzzled, but lesser of the two evils means you're telling the truth, but once again, your performance is not that good. And I have no chance of knowing it if I do not compare it with something else, with a competitor or with the average of that sector, with a benchmark whatsoever. So if I tell you that my paper product is 35% recycled, well, 35% is by default. One thing important to know would be, where does that recycled paper come from? It is post-consumer, or is a scrap from the production process? If it is a scrap, I can tell you 35%, every paper industry can reach that level. So it's true, but it's greenwashing if I'm not comparing it. And then last but not least, no offense to anybody, but there is simply someone who's telling, I wouldn't say lie, but totally incorrect things, because maybe it's totally unaware of what he's saying. But whenever you see on a pack of a product zero emission, there is no way that a product with its life cycle, with its supply chain, emits zero CO2 or any other greenhouse gases. So zero would probably be the result of offsetting, insetting, whatever. But if you say this on a pack, it's greenwashing. I'm about to finish by pointing at the most important problem here on the table. Because greenwashing could be harmful if it doesn't change things, if it doesn't impact on the market. So we had to study that. An article was published on the International Review a couple of years ago, studying the effect of being a greenwasher or being silent on the market or having a good green marketing campaign which is honest, which is telling the truth. So we compared the four situations, okay? Greenwashers, vocal firms, vocal means I'm green and I'm saying it because I have no worries. And silent firms, maybe they are shy, they might be green, but they're shy, or they are aware that they are polluting, so they're silent. How this affects competitiveness? This is quite interesting. Well, lucky for us, the best performers are vocal green firms. So if I'm doing things that I should be proud of, I'm improving my environmental performance, I'm excellent, I'm a top runner, I say it with a green marketing campaign, I got the better payback on the market. But watch out. Second, as effects on performance is greenwashing. So greenwashing is better than being silent. That's quite scaring. It means that all the companies would be incentivized to talk about the environment in their marketing campaign because they think they would get an advantage even if they cannot, theoretically. And the worst thing is they really got the advantage, or at least more than being silent. So that's why greenwashing is exploding, actually. We have solution, yes, the European Commission has mentioned the solution. Other than DG Justice, we have, for example, DG Growth with this traceability, information related to the life cycle of the products, okay? The product passport, in few words. And also the DG Environment with these substantiating green claims initiative that probably will insist on the need for third-party certification of life cycle assessment studies, for example, saying what is the environmental footprint of the product. So information and certification, these are the two pillars to fight greenwashing. Is that true? Well, we carried out, again, a huge study on a very wide sample of consumers to see on what kind of variables they were decided to buy green products or not to buy. Unfortunately, the price is negatively correlated because we know that green products sometimes, very often, they are more expensive. We have what I call the pink effect. So female shoppers are buying in a more aware and responsible way. Chapeau, it always happens. But we have also the green effect, which is they decide on certification, third-party certification, and information. So this is the way to go, okay? This is the way in which you should capture the attention of a responsible consumer overcoming the risk of greenwashing. Last but not least, I'm sorry about that, I'm really very proud about this. I'm really walking 2 feet from the ground. 2 days ago, an article has been accepted by an international journal saying that finally, it's like 20 years I'm repeating this, nobody believes me, now I can prove it. Consumer is not dumb, consumer is not stupid. You don't have to simplify too much the message that you're telling, through which you're telling the consumer this product is green. You could also use indicators coming from a life cycle analysis study, for example, or indicators coming from the taxonomy, because the consumers, hear me, they want to decide upon scientific evidence. And it's no way that this results in too many information or too complicated information. Too few information and too simplistic information could result in a biased choice on the market. So don't be afraid to use indicators, to use science to fight, as you do in the rest of your life, to fight fake news. And greenwashing is nothing else than a fake news. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and congratulations for that. I think it was really powerful for us to see just the connection from the consumer, what are the companies doing, and what is actually successful. And to have that challenge to go back to the hotel room and figure out which product that is. Next up, I'd like to invite Timothy Nixon, the CEO at Signal Climate Analytics, an exclusive media partner to Reuters News, to talk about disclosure and real transparency in carbon-intensive sectors.
Thank you very much. We're so grateful to be back again this year to Alcantara and Venice University. What I want to do is talk today about how Signal Climate Analytics is working with Reuters, the largest global news platform, to help provide data to help consumers and professionals generally decide on what's greenwashing and what isn't greenwashing. And as you can see here, we've got a whole variety of work streams going with Reuters, including monthly articles, flagship reports, which I'll give you a sneak preview on here in a few minutes, and also an ongoing series of CEO interviews where we're interviewing the CEOs of the largest carbon-intensive businesses in the world and framing up the question so as to try to isolate, where is that business executive, that company on its journey towards brown to green? And that's really the key question in our view on assessing greenwashing. Where is the company on that journey? Because all companies, all polluters are on a journey of some kind or another. And so the way we think about this problem is, first of all, starting with a text called the Sustainability Imperative that published about 10 years ago in the Harvard Business Review. And the basic idea of the Sustainability Imperative is that over the coming decade or so, because of some of the trends we've already heard about, consumer interest, regulatory interest, investor interest, there's an enormous business opportunity ahead for businesses that can transform successfully into producing greener products and services. And there are really two different ways of thinking about that transformation process, and they go together and are crucial for understanding any claim of greener in a business. One is transparency. So is the company revealing in its disclosures the actual material impacts of its business on the environment? The second key question is, and this is in the second report that we did recently on the automotive sector, is how are we actually measuring that transformation? So one, is the company talking the talk? And two, is it walking the walk? And what I'm going to show you today are some ideas on how to sort of, at a high level, get a sense for whether a company is actually doing those things. So going back to this concept of the big business opportunity, as we look across the landscape of businesses, at least in carbon-intensive sectors, what we see are businesses that have, on the one hand, at the very top right here, they have a vision, a strategy for sustainability, and they also have the capacity to execute that strategy. These are relatively rare, unfortunately. We see this in roughly 10% of the largest 250 publicly traded emitters currently in the marketplace. And then on the other side of that, we have firms that really have no vision and no interest in executing on a vision. And unfortunately, this represents the majority of carbon-intensive businesses still who are sort of holding out, waiting for the next guy to act first. And then we have what we call the dreamers, a lot of vision, but not a lot of capacity to execute. And then, of course, the defenders. They have a ton of capacity to execute, but no real vision to do so. And so how do you think about a business in terms of, where is it on this journey? And in our framework, in our work with Reuters, what we've sort of derived empirically is that companies go through a series of stages in development as they come to realize the enormous business opportunity in green. And in these first couple of stages, we see companies focusing basically on risk mitigation. So let's get our compliance in order, let's plug the holes in the ceiling and the wall, and then after they get sort of past that basic risk management step, they start to think about, well, okay, so how do we organize ourselves around certifying? So we've heard a lot about certification today, about reporting out on our impacts in basic ways. What is the carbon footprint of our operations? You start to see green teams forming, things like this. And after firms do that, and those first two stages take roughly 2, 3, 4 years in a large business, you begin to see the company asking questions around, so how do we take all this green interest and turn it into sort of new product ideas, an innovation pathway? And you start to see green shoots, green products starting to sort of emerge from brownish products. And then finally, in the businesses that have that, that winner status, you see that the execution of a strategy coalescing into, really paradigm-changing products and services that drive competitive advantage in that sector. So this is a little bit different view than, you have to choose green or profitability. What this is saying is that there's growing evidence that for companies that can execute on that vision, that actually, green is profitability. And what we can measure as we look at a business as it goes through this process is what we call a sustainability ratio. And what that basically means is that as you move up this curve, your growth in productivity from green services and products is becoming a larger and larger proportion of your overall portfolio. And your risk orientation goes down because now you're able to move from risk management into competitive advantage. And we think this is a really important way for understanding the level of greenwashing, because what we think we also see is as a firm is moving up towards stage 3 and 4, you're going to see less and less likelihood of greenwashing, because in fact, green is a part of the business's business. They don't need to greenwash. What they're saying is actually accurate about their products and services. So stepping back for a second, and I want to try to help lay out what we see as the typical process for a company as it just becomes comfortable with talking about its climate impacts. This is something we published about 2.5 years ago with Reuters, and it's essentially an empirical assessment of how companies go through roughly a 6-stage process for disclosing their impacts. And they usually start out with just basically saying we have a policy that climate change matters. They start reporting on basic ideas around their scopes 1 and 2 emissions. They set interim targets for chunks of their business. Then they move into a big step for all of these businesses, which is dominant scope emissions reporting. And for many businesses, this is about the impacts of the use of the product. So in the automotive sector, when you drive the car around, how much CO2 per kilometer is coming out of the tailpipe. Complete emissions reporting, so across the entire value chain. And then finally, after a 6, 8, even 10-year process, you start to see science-aligned targets. And we're seeing a lot of this now. These fall into really 2 different categories. You see these net zero by 2050 targets, which oftentimes lack for any specificity between now and 2050 for how the firm is going to get there. And then you sometimes find actually firms that have an interim, like 2030 target, in addition to a net zero target. And this is really, as we view it, sort of the top of the leadership paradigm in terms of what transparency and target setting looks like, both net zero and 2030 targets. So recently we did a piece with Reuters, and we said, okay, let's look across the top 8 largest carbon-intensive sectors and just assess to what extent, do we see firms at that very top level of target setting, 2050 targets, 2030 interim targets, and the result was dispiriting, unfortunately. Only 11% had that level of ambition, with energy, the most important sector, the furthest behind, along with capital goods. And in some of the developing, less regulated markets, we were least likely to see that level of ambition. And this is a look at the underlying data that we work with and provide to Reuters. And what you can see here is a kind of a bar color code. And as a company goes through those steps that I talked about earlier, having a policy, reporting initial emissions, reporting all their emissions, getting into that 2050 target setting, that's the light green bar, second from the last, and even firms that go all the way to the 2030 target level, they get the full graphical bar. And you can see here in the utility sector, these are the largest businesses by market cap that are, roughly, it seems okay, right? Like roughly about a third have a level of ambition that might get us there. But keep in mind, saying you're going to do something is so much different than doing it, especially in these huge carbon-intensive businesses that have a lot of interest in moving slowly and monetizing their current business model as much as they can. Now, this is one that I know you can't read the names here, but this is the oil and gas sector. And this is the one that kind of scares me every time I look at this. I mean, this is a third, maybe even a bit more, of the most important sector in the world. And there's not even a level of ambition to decarbonize, much less the capacity to do so. So this is something we really need to keep our eye on. This is what Reuters decided to do with the transportation sector. And basically what they said was, okay, consumers of the world, the consumers we've been talking about, here's a snapshot of the transportation sector using that same sort of color-coded bars. You can cast your eye down on the left side of the graph and get a view for, okay, who is where on their journey. And I think it's not the best, but it's a step forward in trying to create what is really a very complicated picture, understandable for the average stakeholder. I want to spend a little bit of a wonky moment here on some of the complexity in even the data that is reported by companies. So earlier I talked about, is a company completely reporting its emissions impact? Are they disclosing their dominant emissions type? And in the auto sector, the dominant emissions type is called Scope 3 emissions. It's the impact from the use of the product, the amount of emissions that comes out of all of the tailpipes of a car in a given year for that auto manufacturer. And what we see for these two examples, Ford and Honda, we see in 2019, they both sold about 5 million cars each. And in 2019, they each reported their Scope 3 emissions. And by the way, this is the same data that ESG data providers pick up and use to rank performance on sustainability of these kinds of companies. And you can see here that Honda reported almost twice as much emissions as Ford. And so you might think, okay, well, geez, I better go get a Ford, right, to get from point A to point B. Unfortunately, what they don't report is the average grams of CO2 per kilometer. So if you go out and drive a kilometer, how much comes out of the tailpipe? That's not part of this reporting. And when you ask that question, you get a different answer. It turns out that Honda vehicles are actually about a third more efficient on a per mile basis than Ford vehicles. So why does Ford look so much better? Same number of cars, right? It's because the auto manufacturers themselves in that calculation control the dominant variables. What's the average lifetime of the vehicle? So for Ford, it's less, right? What's the average kilometers driven per year? For Ford, it's less. So you can see here, greenwashing is a deep and complex and somewhat wonky problem. It's a very data-driven problem. And when the companies themselves control the operating variables and how their performance is calculated, that suggests the level of work we have yet to do on actually measuring sustainability in a business. So I just want to remind you that, sorry, I just want to go back to that. I just want to remind you that, so we're looking at this framework of evolution of a business, and that as we move up the curve, we capture more and more economic opportunity. And I wanted to show you an example of how this actually looks in the auto sector. So what we've done is we've mapped all of that abstract, sort of step change into an actual framework that looks at evolution in the auto sector. And I put in stage 3, where we're talking about transforming the core of the business, before we get to that competitive differentiation stage, this key variable, emissions performance of the fleet, that I just talked about on the earlier slide. And you can see, like, casting your eye to the left here, this bottom 2 stages is really composed of harvesting up what can be largely ESG data, the same data that's used by all of these investors of the world who have all of these so-called trillions of dollars using an ESG lens. But if you stop there, you don't get to the questions, well, what's actually happening from a climate impact perspective? What's actually happening under the hood in the business? What's their fleet performance? Do they have projections going forward for alternate drive vehicles? What's the current percentage of their cars in the marketplace of alternate drive vehicles? What are these, what are the industrial benchmarking data points that really reveal, is the company on its way up that stage curve, creating more and more products and services and green revenues? And just to kind of drive the point home, because we've talked a lot today about the trade-off between sustainability and green. And what we did is in this case, we took the auto sector here on the left, and we said, okay, over a time series, let's look at that ratio, the sustainability ratio between growth on the one hand and risk on the other. If you're over 1 in the ratio, that means you have more growth than risk. And we asked, okay, so how do these companies perform from a shareholder return perspective over time, over this 6-year period? And what we found actually was, in fact, those that are harvesting more and more revenues from green products and services did outperform, by and large, the mid-tier and the lower tier. So I think this is a very interesting result from the auto sector. We're currently doing work in utilities and in oil and gas, and it'll be fascinating to see what the results look like there. To finish up, I want to just spend a minute or two on oil and gas, because I sort of tried to drive a point home on it earlier on how important it is. Our current focus with Reuters is shifting to this question of oil and gas performance, and in particular, in the early stages, the transparency and disclosure stage, what is an oil and gas company disclosing on methane? Methane is becoming more and more relevant as a short-term problem that needs to be solved ahead of some of the others. And then secondly, what is the overall emissions performance of the energy coming out of an oil and gas company in terms of its greenhouse gas concentrations? That's that keystone metric like we had in the auto sector, but this time it's saying how much of that energy is brown coming out of an oil and gas company. Looking at methane just for a second, we did another article with Reuters just saying, well, what's the gap between what oil companies are saying about their methane emissions and what we're actually observing? And what we did is we have a partner and there are more and more companies and partners doing this, that uses a sort of a composite of satellite technology and terrestrial measurement to say, okay, of all of these major oil and gas companies along the bottom, what do we actually observe from their wellheads as we fly over them with satellites, et cetera? And we were able to measure and compare over a certain given period of time the amount of emitted methane, vented methane, compared to what the companies were actually saying was coming out. I mean, and there were some very significant discrepancies, and the article received a lot of attention. And I'm bringing this to your attention today because this is the kind of transparency, we call it ESG 3.0, that's going to be imposed on companies rather than companies having to disclose their salient points themselves. So finally, what I was really hoping to get across today is that greenwashing isn't a question of green or brown. It's a question of understanding that leadership in the space is about a journey, and about measuring where a company is on that journey is not a simple thing. It's a complex data picture, and it's really important to sort of ask basic questions around, is the company being fully transparent on its impacts? And is there evidence that it's actually transforming itself into a greener product and services provider. And if we don't really ask those questions, those key questions, and at least start to get basic answers, basic data points, both from ESG data and from industrial benchmarking data, I fear we're going to continue to sort of wallow in the space of, well, what does this really mean? How do we validate this greenwashing claim or not? Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for really bridging that and talking about the range of greenwashing. We started off in this implicit category on pictures and natural, and now looking at data and how this can go a lot deeper. I think it's a beautiful bridge. I want to just remind everyone that the Q&A session is going to happen right after this presentation. So do make sure to think about what questions you want to ask. So I'd like to now invite up to the stage Monica Billion, Professor of Econometrics, to talk more about ESG rankings, greenwashing, and the need for effective support to SME access of green finance.
First of all, thank you. I thank you to the organizer. I'm happy also to be at the Venice International University, another university in Venice. I'm from Ca' Foscari. It is a part also of the Venice International University. And thank you for having me here, and happy to add a piece of information, let's say, to what have been presented till now. I mean, we have seen what consumers ask and what they look for. We have seen what the different industries try to translate in data and then in transparency and disclosure, let's say, in the direction to have a good evaluation in terms of sustainability, let's say, generically in this way. What I'm looking for is how, after this ESG ranking, then the ESG information, and then what this information are, impact in terms of finance, then in terms of investment. To understand why it is at the moment really important, it comes from two reasons. I mean, certainly consumers ask for more green, more sustainability. Okay, not sure that green means sustainability, but asking for more sustainability. But also investors ask for more sustainability. Then if we look at the investment, here it is the sustainable investing in the United States in the last, 25 years. And clearly the most part comes from the fact that you are including the ESG component, and then you are looking to the everything, let's say, environmental, social, and governance. Okay, you see the numbers. It was just before the COVID outbreak. It was really a big amount. And with a big increase in the last years, and it's still increasing. If we look also at the, here it is the responsible investors, or investment and investors. Here you see that in the last year there is really an important growth that is still continuing, both in terms of asset under management and the signatories of the principal, but also in terms of asset owners. And looking at the last picture, let's say, here it is the flow in the last 3 years. And what we see is that after the COVID, the flow have been even higher than before. And clearly Europe is the most important investor asking for sustainable investment, but also US and the rest of the world are starting. Then now the question is, there is this high demand of sustainable investing, and this clearly open a new market. The new market is an already existing market, but at the moment, clearly there is a rise of ESG rating agencies, and then they produce, using the available information, we will have a little look later, sustainability ratings. There is different actors in the market than the corporate managers, but also the policymaker, mainly the policymaker that need first to understand better what is behind, what is in this ESG rating, and also to understand how this impacts in terms of the real market, something we have already seen, but mainly also through the financial sector and through the financial markets. The stakeholders involved, anyhow, are really facing the need of more precise information, more transparencies, but also, let me say, also more competencies in order to understand the information that are made available by the different actors. And this is really relevant. We already understand, looking both at the consumer side and the industry side, but this is really important to obtain some reliable and harmonized ESG data first by the industry producing them, and then by the rating agency using them in order really to avoid greenwashing and clearly misallocation. This is an aspect that has already been cited at the beginning. Then have a look at what these rating agencies do. Here, what we have done is to compare. I just present a few things. It is a paper that's been published recently by me, some colleagues from Ca' Foscari, and other colleagues at SAFE, Goethe Frankfurt University. Here, what we are looking are the main rating agency in the market. Okay. Also, they property change a little bit since there is really huge changes also in the market. Do not look at the table. It is impossible to understand. What I would like to say is, there is a lot of information that are behind this rating. If we look at the property, then the headquarters, and the history, we see that we have a young rating agency, 10 years, oldest, they are 40 years, and they mainly are based in Europe, to tell the truth. Looking at the sources of the data, and this is really a big issue, the most part of them are public available information, then using reports, using the website of the different companies, and a part of them also add other information, but this other information comes from surveys directly from the companies. Regarding the criteria, here you can easily understand what can happen. You go from MCI that consider 37 indicators to the FTSE Russell that use 300 ESG criteria. Then, also the ability or the capability of the different rating agencies to look at the data is completely different. And this becomes even more important than after this information, these indicators are translated in risk factors. The most part of them clearly take into account the environmental, social, and then governance part, then having sub-indices, but at the end, they produce one ranking, putting all of them together. The last point is the materiality and the weighting. Each of these rating agencies put together first the way in which the different indicators translate in risk, and translate then what it is called the materiality. And after they average more or less everything. And the way in which they average then the weight that they give to the different pieces of information is completely different, can be completely different. And more than that, often a part of this weight are not available. Then it is also difficult to understand where the difference comes and why this difference appear. Then how all these differences that someone can also see as a richness in information, okay? But the point after is how this difference affect the final rating and then impact on the market. Here we put together the four main rating agencies, and it was already cleared before. They use also different type of ranking using letter or using number. we try to put all of them together. Then the first score is the latest, and 7 is the highest, and you see it is related to MCI, to the AAA, then the better from this point of view. Then if we then compare the way in which these different rating agencies evaluate different companies, let's look at Nissan Motor, since it was one of the example already before. I mean, you see, you go from 6, that is very, very, very low, and CCC, that is very, very, very low, and others that gave 77, 72. I mean, they are in the second class, not in the lightest class. Okay, that you see that really there are huge differences. Here, it is the same type of information. I use the work of a colleague at MIT. Here, you have the different companies, the different ranking, and then the different color says the different rating agencies, how they evaluate and then score the different companies. What you see is, from a statistical point of view, what we say, something that is uniform. There is no RAL there. In fact, if you look at the correlation of the score of the different ESG raters for the different companies, it goes from a minimum of 40% to 70%. But if you go looking more, and then we put all together, and we see where there is an agreement, where, I mean, all the rating agencies consider that you have a good performance from this point of view, then you see that at the end it is really a small set with respect to the overall market. We worked with 1,500 companies. At the end, what remain is 48 companies, constituents that are in the same type of situation, that appear in the same, let's say, ESG indices that they are created in order to help the investor to find, the good way to put their money than to invest. Now, there is I do not present the impact in terms of performances. The work has been done in order to check if there is an impact in performances in the market. It is not possible to see a clear impact, since this huge disagreement in the ranking and then in the rating clearly does not help the market. But there is even more. The ESG rating agency often need to change their methodology. Since there is new indicator, they are obliged to change. But also this information is not really available in the market. That what happened is that the change for a part of the investors appear as a downgrade or an upgrade in the grade, and then in the ranking, and then in the rating. And this push, especially retail investors, to divest and invest in the different stocks. Also, if behind there is not really a change in the quality, let's say, of the investment in terms of sustainability. What is even worse is that there is a part of the market, a part of the investor that clearly are informed, and then they can really gain from this confusion. Then it is not only the case that you have a misalignment in the investment, but you have also the potential, and this is also really in the market, that, short seller or, let's say, informed investor gain from this confusion. Then what I'm saying is that we have disagreement, we have confusion, and then clearly this impact really on the market. On one side, the disagreement, really disperses the effect of the preferences, since there is strong preferences. As I said at the beginning, it is not only for consumer, it's also for investors. There is a great and real preferences for ESG investment. But this disagreement and then this difficulty to obtain the same information or similar information from the different rating agencies, I mean, translating the fact that you do not see impact in terms of financial performances of the ESG portfolio. And as I said, the disagreement and confusion clearly imply the misleading the investors, and then also open the possibility better. It is more difficult to understand if there is greenwashing behind or not, and then clearly make it more tempting, let's say, in such a way. And this becomes even more difficult when you try to measure and then to assess the efforts that different companies make or claim to make in terms of to be aligned with the climate targets. In this case, it is, as the previous talk explained, I mean, the type of information that are there are really difficult to assess and difficult often to understand. And there is even worse, I mean, since when you look at the climate alignment, it would be important to look at the future, not only at the present and the past. And this is quite impossible. Then quickly to conclude, I mean, the main message, there is strong ESG investor preferences that can really change the allocation in the market. But the impossibility to have, align or a sort of agreement in the definition and the metrics that are used, make these strong preferences to allocate at the end in the right way, and then to be able to translate in better performances in terms of financial performances. And then another point is, this has already been said, that it would be important also to have a sort of check in the information that are not only given by the companies, but also the way in which they are collected by the rating agency. And then this asks really for more competencies. Then what I can say at the end, there is need of a proper ESG information framework, then what we can call harmonization, transparencies in this. What we need is also more independent and scientific information to support at least the part on the climate alignment, that probably it is the more difficult to measure and to understand. And then I can say I'm a professor at university. We also need more competent managers, and then there's also the need from the university to create these competencies. Thank you.
Thank you so much for illustrating that. This is the time for question and answer, so I'd like to invite Mr. Ampasi, who had spoken at the beginning, back to the screen, and anyone from the audience who has a question, please go ahead, to the mics on the sides of the room.
Hello? It's not working, I think.
Can you try it again, maybe? Yeah, it's working now.
Okay. Hi, so I'm Justine Bellavita. I'm a journalist from the magazine Io Donna. So I have a question for Mr. Ampasis and for all the panel. First of all, thank you. What you said is really interesting and important. So I want to know from Mr. Ampasis, after his analysis of the website, if they issue sort of like a badge for the one that were compliant, or if they communicate in some way the results to the final consumer. So how would I know when I go into a website if it says the truth or if it's false? And to all the audience, waiting for the certifications that we all agree we need for the consumer who is not dumb, how do I tell now who is greenwashing and who isn't? For example, what Professor Iraldo highlighted about this morning in the hotel, I wouldn't know. So how me and all the consumer would know who's telling the truth and who's not? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think first we'll turn to Mr. Ampasi.
First of all, thank you for the question. It means that at least from a distance, still it was clear what I said, because it's the stress always when you participate from through Zoom. So how it works in practice is that the authorities do not inform the consumers about the sites that were found to be in breach of consumer law, because they take enforcement measures. So the intention and the optimal goal of the exercise is actually to bring the traders in line with consumer law. So for those websites that were not found compliant, the authorities either contact directly the trader and they manage to restore the problem, to solve the problem, or in case that the trader is not compliant, they follow enforcement measures according to their national proceedings. The list of the websites that were originally found not compliant is something that it's not disclosed, at least from the Commission. It is something that in some cases, I guess, national authorities decide to proceed with naming and shaming, as we call it. But it's an information that generally we do not disclose because this is an exercise of confidentiality. I would like to point out, though, that in the previous sweeps, and in this one, which is still ongoing, the enforcement phase, we have reached to a very high level of compliance at the end of the enforcement measures. Hope it is clear.
Can we have the mic on? Maybe try again? Yeah.
Sorry. But since I don't know which website you have analyzed, which you haven't, I still don't have the ability as a consumer to know who's telling the truth and who's not.
It is true, but our intention is to not leave any website not telling the truth. So at the end of this exercise, as it has been proven in the previous sweeps, the websites that were checked, because of course they checked 344 claims. The websites that were checked are the ones that will be contacted and are the ones that the authorities will make sure that they will proceed with enforcement in order to bring them in line with consumer law.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's clear. And the next question was for Professor Giraldo.
Do you hear me? Okay. I will try to provide you with an answer, but this answer does not apply to the final consumer, okay? It applies to you as a journalist, then I have an answer for the consumer. You as a journalist to have the capabilities to go and run through the guidelines that also the public authority for the market regulation are using to judge. And the mother of all these guidelines is ISO 14021, but then we have other guidelines, for example, that have been drafted by the United Nations and so on and so forth. So a technical guy, not the layman, but an expert, has lots of tools. But I cannot ask you as a consumer to go and do your homework and then come back and I propose to you 5 claims and you have to tell what is now, like I did with the thing on the auto room. That's not conceivable. So we have to have simple tools to reach the consumer with simple messages. And we have them, actually. These can be, well, either certification is a good thing, but certification should have some characteristic. It should be institutionally based. It should be robust from the methodological point of view. It should be awarded by a third independent party and so on. And you, as a consumer, not always are able to tell if this happens or not. So we need public campaigns, okay? It's like 20 years that I'm asking the European Commission, the Italian government, and we have that, some of that from the Italian government. I think when Ms. Melandri was minister, on the eco-label, for example, okay, in Italy we call it pubblicità progresso, okay? Social advertising to tell the consumer how to distinguish between different products. That is a very good, very effective way. Another way is providing the consumer with simple indicators, but scientifically based, on which to compare the environmental footprint of different products. We do it, for example, for energy. You know the energy label, now with the class A to, well, it was A to G, now it's shrinking a little bit, but that is very much liked by the consumer because you have class of performances. Maybe you can have this class of performances on different indicators, but you're able to compare and you're able to make a choice. So consumer, they want to make informed choices. They want to have the tools. We have to provide them with the tool. And when I say we, I mean obviously institution, but also academia, journalists, and so on. We have to create the environment for decision to be taken in an easy way.
So right now, what we can tell our readers is just to do their homework.
So far.
Not really. Well, the eco-label is there, for example. You have an environmental label that goes only on those products that are, passing the test of some very tough criteria on environmental performance. Problem is that you don't have the EU eco-label for all the product categories. You have that for very limited consumer products. So another way to tell the consumer could be, this is a list of certifications that are reliable, and this is a list of indicators that are coming from methods that are reliable, okay? I can tell you couple of one and couple of two solutions.
Thank you. Yes, one question.
Okay. I need a microphone. Or I just go ahead.
Perhaps, yeah, if you can come up.
The question is really for Professor Biglio. And I think we will address this issue in the afternoon, but talking about the ESG data collecting and the harmonization of the frameworks, I have two questions. One is, how do you think Europe is helping with the new taxonomy, with the new regulation, because you didn't refer to it really directly, and I think this is a real change maker now in the scene. So what is your thought about that? Because as I totally agree, I mean, even on the financial sphere, certification should be, as you just said, institutionally based. And I think Europe is doing that. So how much is that taxonomy overcoming that huge differences among the rating agencies? And then I have another question, which is nastier. I mean, those agencies which are independent agencies, but I mean, what is the kind of relationship between the ownership of those agencies and the sectors that they evaluate?
Then first, thank you for the questions. I mean, it is true that at European level there is strong efforts, and really, I mean, both the regulators, the supervisor, for every level, I mean, European Commission, European Central Bank, European Banking Authority, I mean, they are all working on this direction. But I mean, the taxonomy is good. I mean, since it is defining what is green, let's say, and what is what is sustainable and what is not sustainable. This is done more for the product in general. Then this then applied to the green bonds. It's then applied to other type of investment. I mean, if it is not required that the different rating agency, I mean, need to refer necessarily to this. What are required to refer to the taxonomy is the investors. Then they need to clarify, and then after the banks and so on, to clarify how part of their investment, are aligned to the taxonomy. What I'm saying is that at the moment there is nothing imposing that the taxonomy is taken into account by the different rating agencies. And what is, what can be a critique in terms for the taxonomy is the fact that it defines what is now sustainable. And what I'm expecting, and what also the market is expecting, is that there must be a lot of innovation there. And this innovation cannot be taken into account by a taxonomy defined now. Then these aspects, this is a lot of debate at the moment, clearly, but this aspect in some way need to be taken into account. It is the phase 3 and phase 4 represented before. This not really can appear in a taxonomy defined now, but we need to, in some way, to push the innovation and not to block the innovation by imposing to follow a taxonomy defined now and then pushing the investment in this direction. It is not easy at all, I know, then it is already a big effort, and I think in the right direction, but there is still something to do. Regarding the property of the rating agency, this is an old question, not only for the ESG ranking, it is in general for the ratings, also in terms of the creditworthiness. The problem, it is similar. I have no answer on this, to tell the truth. I agree with you that it must be paid attention also to this. Okay, one thing that could be, I think it is better on this side, is the fact that the most part of them are mainly based or mainly interested in Europe. And I find this good news, instead of thinking at more global attention, let's say. But it is a point of attention, clearly. Thank you. I don't know if you can...
If I could just add just really quick. So we looked at the question of, is there alignment between the best performers in the auto sector in terms of CO2 emitted out of the tailpipe and ESG ratings? And what we found was an inverse relationship, that the ones that had the best performance on CO2 got the worst ratings generally from the ESG providers. And again, that's because this question of, what does the green revenue stream look like, which is what some of the European work is getting at. That's not a part of the current ESG taxonomy, by and large. So it's a very important addition to our insight.
Thank you so much. I hate to cut this short, but we're running behind time. So I'd like you to please give a round of applause for our first session. It was incredible. Thank you. So I kindly would like to just move on to the third session that we have. So if you need to take a health break and run to the restroom, you can go ahead. But we're going to skip the break so we can get to lunch on time. So we've kind of had this overview now, and we've heard the barriers, the issues, but the challenges can often be sector specific, the solutions that we're talking about. So this is our opportunity now to really look at the industry on polyester and recycled polyester. And it's a value chain that's on the forefront of ecological transition. So I'd like to invite those speakers to come to the stage and take a seat. This would be Antonello Ciotti, as well as Yashovardhan Lohia, Gunther Lehner, and Christian Krepet. Please give them a round of applause as they come to the stage. So we're going to hear different perspectives. And I'll just hand the floor very quickly so we can move along to Antonello Ciotti, who's the chairman of the Committee of Pet Manufacturers in Europe, to hear perspective on manufacturing.
This one here.
Right? Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, first of all, to all of you for being here. Please, Gunther, Yash, and Patrick to come here. So thanks to Alcantara, to Venice International University for the invitation. Our task now is to show where the industry is in this transition. And it's sort of touch base on what has been said, because when we talk about ecological transition, for us that are being used to use fossil feedstock means a completely change of a way we operate. We have to move from oil-based products on products that are using wastes as a key feedstock for our production. And this means a paradigm change, and what I'm going to show here is what the value chain is doing in this respect. So very quickly, because I'm going to stay in the 10 minutes. Yes, who is a CPME? CPME is the commission of a PET producer. What is PET? PET you have every day in your table because it's PET bottles. There are trays when you go to the supermarket, but it's also as a garment in textile, on whatever you see around yourself has PET inside. Even the wheels of a car have PET inside. So this means, this tells you how relevant is the PET industry. In Europe, we are 10 producers with present in 16 countries with more than 3,000 people and 3.5 million tons of capacity. I like very much this slide because it's somehow resuming what has already been said by the valuable speakers we had before. Talking about PET, we need to start from the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations, because in the first two, that is no poverty, no hunger, PET is in it. Because we need to take into consideration that in 20, 30 years from now, the global population is going to grow by 2 billion, and we need to feed and to give something to drink to all these people. And the key issue is what we are doing. And there was, I think, in the JFK result, that the consumer is giving great trust to science and technology. And by pure coincidence, our industry is combine science and technology to develop innovative packaging solution for a more sustainable world. And the key pillars that we're using are the responsible operation, smart solution for today, already now solution for tomorrow. What we are here to discuss today is how we partner for change with all our partners, that are the brand owners, that are the consumer, that are the recyclers. Okay, first of all, a quick glance to why the big growth of plastic packaging. Because there is a study made by the British Plastic Federation that proves that in the supply chain, the waste of food drops from 50% in the undeveloped countries to almost 3% in the package-oriented countries. And if we want to remember the first two targets according to the EU, to the UN development factors, the first two require to go for zero waste, zero food waste. Zero food waste requires packaging. And basically, what you can see from here is that a minor portion of plastics is reducing the food waste. Food waste means CO2 emission. Here you have some example. You can pick up the one that you like the most. 10 grams of a multi-layer film extends the life of a steak from a few days to over a week. We are in Italy, so we love Parmigiano Reggiano, and only a few grams of multi-layer packaging increase the shelf life up to 50 days. Cucumber shelf life is extended from 3 days to 14 days by a plastic shrink film. And again, we need data, because what is missing in all the discussion we had we had several times with Simona Bonafè is that the SUP directive has been taken based on an ideological directive more than on a science evaluation. Plastic packaging accounts for only 0.6% of all European wastes. And the oil that goes into plastics is less than 4% of the total oil consumed globally in a year. Then, this is even more important. We said zero food waste. And zero food waste means proper packaging. And here you see, as a comparison, the CO2 emission of the CO2 emission in the production of the food versus the CO2 emission that you have when you produce the packaging that is protecting the food. And the rate of difference, the factor of difference is also 1 to 100. So basically, if you lose a food, you lose 100 times more than the CO2 emission that you are using to produce the packaging that is protecting the food. Okay, let's go to some greenwashing. I'm going to focus only on some of them. All of us in Italy, we have been traveling on a train, and if you go on a train, you see that a PET bottle that is totally recyclable has been replaced either with a can or with a food carton packaging, generate, both of them, more CO2 when they are recycled. And on the carton packaging, you even read that is written into a label, very nice label, reduce CO2 packaging. Reduce versus what? Not versus the alternative packaging, but if you go and try to find out the certification, it means only that the company producing the carbon packaging has a special program in place to reduce CO2, but nothing in terms of comparison with the other alternative packaging. I am fond of ice cream, so there is a quite large multinational company that is was using in the past a polypropylene packaging that was fully recyclable and has been replaced with a combined effort made by a paper bio-based and paper carton, let's say, and a bio-based film. The combination of a paper and the bio-based film is not recyclable. So we are replacing something recyclable with something that is not. So replacing plastic in packaging has negative effect. Generally, 3.6 times more heavier the packaging that you use to protect the food, increase of CO2 emission by roughly 2.7%, and increase in energy by roughly 2.2%. Okay, now let's look at the directives, what Brussels, what Europe is asking us, because PET, I don't know why we are on the focus of European policymakers, is the only product that has been formally mentioned into the directive. There is no other product defined to reach a certain target as a PET is. And you see, highlighted there is that 25%, as Boragno mentioned in the beginning, of recycled plastic must be contained in each container by 2025. And 2025 is tomorrow. And as there are other targets, Plastics Europe is asking to go at 30% by 2030 with all the polymers, but let's stay on PET, because the key question is, there is enough recycled PET to reach this target? And I don't go with all the figures. This is coming from Eunomia. Eunomia is the consultants chosen by the EU Commission to define a market. So these data are the data taken as the reality of a market. And you see on the right side there is a box that tells that if you do all this evaluation in 2018, the maximum amount of recycled PET available in Europe is 23%. So if somebody is going above 23, it means that somebody else will not have enough recycled PET. So the key point is collection, because the policymakers can tell us, why don't you have enough recycled PET? Because you don't collect enough. But PET is by far the largest polymer collected in Europe. On average, in Europe, we are above 60%. In Italy and in other countries, we are above 70-75%. So how much more can we collect and at which cost? Because it's easy to talk to deposit system, but to implement a deposit system has a cost of roughly a couple of billion. Let's go to the next. Yes. So the critical issues that we are facing is that, and Simona this morning was mentioning partially, that the implementation of a single-use plastic directive is quite complex. And by the way, the guidelines to implement in Europe such a directive were issued only end of May, with the result that each country in Europe is taking its own decision, and it will be very, very difficult to have a common market in the near future. There is a strong risk that each country can take a different direction in the implementation of SUP. I already mentioned that there is not enough recycled PET in Europe. 25% is quite difficult to be reached, and there is the risk, by the way, that as the directive has been written, that we could push from imports of wastes from outside of Europe into Europe. So instead of pushing for increasing collection in Europe, we have the result that collection increasing in India or Indonesia or whatever is less expensive. The key point on greenwashing that is touching all of us is that it's almost impossible to define the recycled content of PET, but of also any other plastic, in the final product, so bottle or textile. If we combine this issue with the fact that recycled PET, for a number of reasons, is more expensive than the virgin PET, it's clear that there is a lot of temptation to declare to have a certain content while there is not. You cannot check. So why should I comply with all these extra costs? Because remember, still was in the JFK presentation, the consumer wants more sustainable products, but at the same price, or eventually even pay something less. So what is CPME doing? We are working with the entire value chain. Here we have today valuable presenters that are talking about what they are doing inside the value chain. We want, first of all, that the public confidence in virgin PET should be maintained also in recycled PET, because in the last, since PET has been introduced in the market, we never had any health issue. That is extremely important. And we want that also recycled PET maintains the same record. We need, as I said earlier, a control, a certification system valid for all Europe, a unified, if possible, certification system. Unfair competition should be sanctioned. We cannot admit unfair competition. We are investing millions of euros to change our production line, to modify how we operate. We need to be protected. And consumer safety must be maintained, and innovation should not be unintentionally blocked. Here I mean that on top of mechanical recycling, we need chemical recycling. We cannot differentiate from the legislative point of view between chemical and mechanical. What I leave to the audience is that CPME, that represents all the PET manufacturers, is ready to provide data and advice to the European and to the national policymakers to ensure that consumers are protected from greenwashing practices and that non-unintended negative consequences from new regulation by the failure to recognize new and innovative technologies. We need new technologies. We are investing a lot. We will do our part. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to now introduce Yashovardhan Lohia, the Executive Director and member of the Sustainability and Risk Management Committee, and the Chief Sustainability Officer at Indorama Ventures, to talk about a global PET manufacturer position.
Thank you for that introduction. My name is Yash Lohia, Chief Sustainability Officer at Indorama Ventures. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, today I'd like to talk to you about our company, Indorama Ventures, our recycling work. I'd also like to talk to you about greenwashing and the truth. And finally, I'd like to talk to you about the circular economy of the future. Before I go any further, let me talk to you quickly about our company. Indorama Ventures is a leading PET producer and PET recycler in the world. IVL operates in 34 countries across Africa, the Americas, Asia, and here in Europe, with over 25,000 people and 136 manufacturing sites. The unique plastic that we produce is called polyethylene terephthalate, or PET for short, and is commonly used for soft drinks and water bottles. Every year, Indorama Ventures turns billions of bottles into new bottles, keeping them out of the environment. As global leaders in recycling technology and PET recycling, we have a global responsibility, and we take this responsibility very seriously. PET bottles are fully recyclable, and I'll explain later on exactly what I mean by that. From 2011 to today, we recycled 67 billion PET bottles, but we want to go further. By 2025, we plan to recycle 50 billion post-consumer PET bottles every single year. We're investing up to $1.5 billion to increase our recycling capacities. By building recycling infrastructure, we divert PET waste away from landfill and incineration and back into the circular economy. Because we use post-consumer PET bottles as feedstock for new bottles, we give waste an economic value. This drives improvements in waste collection systems, meaning less waste and cleaner environments. Our state-of-the-art recycling facilities across Europe will play an important part in delivering the circular economy for PET bottles and put Europe at the heart of the future global circular economy. More importantly, PET bottles are lightweight and shatterproof. As a result, they use a lot less energy to make and transport compared to alternative packaging materials, meaning they have a much lower carbon footprint. The best way I like to explain that is to melt PET, it requires 270 degrees Celsius. To melt an aluminum can requires 800 degrees Celsius, and glass 1,300 degrees Celsius. That means you require a lot more energy to produce and recycle aluminum cans and glass compared to PET. In fact, research from Imperial College London recently shows replacing PET with alternatives would increase the volume of waste, increase emissions, and increase energy use. European politicians acknowledge the large number of scientific reports showing the lower carbon footprint of PET compared to alternatives. A UN Environmental Program report highlighted that for the same amount of beverage product, using aluminum or glass instead of PET increases the global warming potential of that packaging. The science is clear. Using recycling PET beverage packaging will have a positive emissions impact, decreasing Italy and Europe's greenhouse gas emissions. That is why the focus of the Single-Use Directive is on collecting PET, as was seen just now. PET can help Italy and Europe meet its carbon neutrality goals. Less emissions means less flooding, less drought, and protects Italy's coastal cities like Venice. Tackling climate change, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and achieving carbon neutrality are not our only goals. Better waste management is top of everyday people's agenda too. The reasons for this are simple. Governments want to transition to a low-carbon future. Consumers want to end plastic waste. Europe's soft drink and water brands want to use recycled packaging. But more importantly, industry, government, and civic society are all united in wanting the truth. The PET value chain, too, must be truthful. Glass bottles and aluminum cans have very high recycling rates. Collection rates for PET bottles are not good enough today. But thanks to the Single-Use Plastic Directive, this won't be for long. By 2030, we know 90% of PET bottles will be collected. I thank the people in this room for making that happen. Curiosity is the most basic human instinct. By our nature, we are curious. This has never been more important. With populist politics, COVID-19, and climate change, we understand more than ever the importance of evidence and facts in our lives. For everyone here, truth is our hero and greenwashing is the enemy. But greenwashing is more than just stopping people claiming something is green or eco-friendly when it's not. Greenwashing is about misperceptions as well as misdirection. If food producers want to say their product is low in fat or high in fiber, they must meet strict EU nutrition claims set out in law. If a bank offers a sustainably linked product, they must meet the EU taxonomy regulations. So what do people really think about green claims? 60% of consumers prefer to buy a product with an environmental label. So the increase in green claims is not surprising. But this research by the European Commission shows 61% of consumers find it difficult to understand which products are truly environmentally friendly. The sheer number of logos alone is confusing. The eco-label index shows there are over 455 eco-labels across the world right now. Many of these appear on the 76% of non-food products that have a green claim of one type or another. As a result, mistrust in environmental information is relatively common. 44% of consumers say they don't trust this type of information. However, consumers' trust in claims varies greatly depending on the scientific environmental claim. 80% of consumers have seen the term recyclable and the recycling logo with the chasing arrows known as the Mobius loop, and are perceived by consumers to be very reliable. 77% trust the recyclable label, so we must protect that. But what does it mean if I say my packaging is recyclable? What is truly recyclable? While a green claim like recyclable cannot be overtly misleading, there are no EU marketing laws specifically for this claim. Is a package that is technically recyclable the same as a commonly recycled package? That is why we're here today, because we want to end greenwashing and because we want the truth. Unfortunately, there is no clear agreement on what recyclable means. The Ellen MacArthur Foundation says a package is recyclable if it has a 30% post-consumer recycling rate in multiple regions representing at least 400 million people. In the United States, federal guidelines say a package is recyclable if it is collected and separated through an established recycling program covering 60% of the community. Recycling industry groups in Europe and America agreed that a plastic package is recyclable if it's collected and sorted for commercial recycling by a legislative scheme, becoming a raw material again with the market value. So let me be clear on what I believe it means to be truly recyclable. To avoid a term like recyclable being used as greenwashing, we must ask 4 basic questions. 1, start at the design stage. Like PET bottles, is it made to be remade again? 2, is most of the category volume recyclable? For example, are most toothpaste tubes recyclable, or is it just one brand? 3, is the packaging widely collected for recycling with easy access to collection? And 4, are there end markets for collected material to give it a new life? So I'm proud to say PET bottles are fully recyclable. PET bottles have clear design for recycling specifications and are widely collected and recycled into new bottles. By 2030, 9 out of 10 PET bottles in Europe will be collected as per the SUP, up from 6 out of 10 today. Because of this, PET is the most recycled plastic packaging in the world and in Europe, with an active secondary market trading bales of collected post-consumer bottles right now. Treating all plastics the same, regardless of their recyclability, is as much greenwashing as claiming your packaging is recyclable when it's not. Together, we must challenge the misperceptions around fully recyclable and widely collected plastics like PET. Allowing these misperceptions to continue as a type of green. This is because it denies the honest truth that unlike a lot of plastics, PET is recycled in practice and at scale. If we continue to treat all plastics the same, we miss out on a huge opportunity. The recycling infrastructure Indorama is building across Europe will give life to billions of bottles every year, bringing secure and sustainable green jobs to families in the local community. But we cannot do this alone. We need you. We need to work together. Together, we need to build the circular economy of the future. The greenwashing that we expose here today and the truths we will learn are essential for the sustainable future for Italy and for the world. Agreeing laws on greenwashing will put us at the center of the future global economy. Because in the future, everyone will know what is and what is not fully recyclable. At an early age, future generations will learn about and take an active part in recycling. The linear economy of the past was about make, use, throw away. The circular economy of the future is about make, use, collect, and recycle. The circular economy is a place where we can trust green claims. It's a future where government, civic society, and industry agree sustainable solutions. It's also a fun place where the sustainable choice is the easy choice. In the future, when we enjoy our favorite drink in a PET bottle and send it for recycling, the bottle will be collected, recycled, refilled, and back on the shelves in 2 weeks. All of us will play an active part in the circular economy. Political leaders have told us the future of Europe will be green and digital. The European Commission says Europe needs between 175 and 290 billion euros in additional yearly spending in the next decades to make the EU climate neutral by 2050. Across Italy and Europe, people are innovating to be part of this massive investment and to secure the sustainable collection and recycling jobs that come with it. Everyone is learning what true recyclability means and that better collection and recycling can be good for our environment and the economy. When you choose a PET bottle, you are choosing a fully recyclable solution. But you must also choose to recycle it. To the circular society of the future, litter will be totally unacceptable. We must join together in learning the truth about recyclability and its role in the circular economy. Together, we can agree a common set of laws that help us all understand what is truly recyclable and banish greenwashing to the past. On behalf of the whole IDVL Indorama Ventures family, I want to thank our hosts for their invitation and their interest. I wish everyone here today success in building the sustainable future and keeping Italy and Europe at the cutting edge of sustainability. Thank you, and thank you for recycling tomorrow.
Thank you so much for illustrating what the future can look like and also just dismantling some myths around less plastic being more environmentally friendly. So I think we're really expanding our understanding of the industry in this session. So next up, I want to invite to the stage Gunther Lehner, the chairman of the ALPLA group, to talk about the global PET converter position. Welcome to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here and to show you a little bit about our company, ALPLA, which is the one here. As a family-owned company running this business since 1955, I handed over beginning of the year to the third generation, to my son. We have around 22,000 employees running around about 180 production plants in 45 countries and roughly a turnover of 3.7 billion euro. We also have 7 plants in Italy producing preforms and bottles. This is a little bit the markets where we are in, just to give you an idea, in beverages, in food, milk and dairy product, cosmetics, hygiene product, household products, detergents, oil and lubricant, pharmaceutical and crop protection bottles and preforms. What we have seen very early, and thankfully we have decided to step into this market, and this was recycling. That means 2005, Coca-Cola and our partner, the Coca-Cola filler in Mexico, FEMSA, pushed us for a joint venture. And at that time, 2005, recycling was not really on our radar, to be honest. But we decided to participate in this joint venture, so they invested the money together with us, and we are running the company since 2005, and we have learned a lot. And then we decided 2010 to increase our activities in Europe. We bought a company in Austria. We extended to 12 into Poland. All of them PET recycling, and then we had a couple of other joint ventures and activities, and nowadays we have around about 12 plants where we're doing recycling ourselves or with partners. 2018, and that was also an important step, we moved with or partnered with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, signed the global commitment by 2025 to use 100% recyclable packaging and to have globally a recycling content of 25% in our products. Nowadays, and you see the curve, it's going steadily since 2016, it's going steadily upwards. Nowadays, we are producing around about 200,000 tons of recycled material with our own plants, and since 2015, it's steadily increased. On the PET side mainly, but also on the HDP side, and our target is to fulfill this 25% at least by 2025. And this is a very important target and topic for us. Western Europe, we are ahead. These numbers in Western Europe on PET, we are already using 33% on recycling material. On HDP, it's in Western Europe round about 70%. It's not only the beverage business, it's also the household and the personal care business where we are in and where we are using, luckily due to the pressure of our customer, more and more recycled material. We are around about 75% of the content we are using in our plants, we do with our own plants. Here, this is the circle. I just want to tell the inner part. With the recycled material, we are also saving up to 90% of emission compared to the virgin material if we have a renewable energy source. And this is our aim, and we are investing a lot in this target. That means the recycling plant is the goal, is our goal. And in many of them, like in Austria, Poland, we have already changed to renewable energy sources. Then we save energy in general, and some of the renewable resources we are also reducing heavily. Bottle-to-bottle recycling. Sorry. No, I have to go back. The PET bottle-to-bottle recycling is a true loop, and that's, I think, the most important one. Clear, we have on one hand greenwashing topics, where we clearly state that the second one, using PCR and not post-industrial, is very important. We had to push a lot of our clients from the beginning that's not the aim, using post-industrial waste. We have to use the post-consumer waste. That means we have to think in circles. Then also getting the material from other countries, importing PCR materials from China into Europe is not in our scope. We have to fight with our customers that they are not doing it. So I think these are very important topics, and therefore, as we have also heard before, we are considering responsibility for every stakeholder. We are fostering consumers' responsibility. What we have also heard before, establishing local and regional closed loop is our target and our aim. There we also need partners, and that's definitely one of the most important ones. We have to ensure the traceability of the PCR materials. That's a very important topic, so that the content in packaging not scientifically proven up to now focus on mass balance. The mass balance will be very, very important for us in the future, tracking models via certification schemes we have to put in place. Just to show you a couple of examples, in Slovenia with the group, with the Atlantic group, they have changed their donut water to PET 100% and also to 100% recycling PET. We closed the loop with them together with the waste system in place. We are doing the recycling and we are making the preforms again and they bring it back into the stream. A very good example we also have in Austria with Vöslauer. They have combined a box with a deposit system. That means that you bring the bottles back to the retailer. They bring it back to us, and we recycle them and bring it back into the stream again. It's also a very interesting system and a very good system. In general, Vöslauer, and you need such partners. Vöslauer, it's a local brand in Austria, but the strongest brand in Austria, and they are heavily pushing the last 10 years into the use of recycled material. And they are now, in general, with all their product, up to 87% recycled usage of PET, and that's a real high and an impressive number. I think also here you see, on one hand, what the green community, the green part claims on one side. On the other side, what the green transition is asking for. And I think we made together with our customers and consumers and the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, we have our own targets to go. Definitely we want to have a climate neutral PCR production. Bottle-to-bottle recycling, color-to-color recycling, also a very important topic where design for recycling is also very important to convince and to teach the customer what's important, how do they affect the recycling stream with their designs. And clear, we are also working on a EU third plastic certificate and climate neutral packaging in general. How do we especially want to avoid greenwashing? We see the problem there are no measures in place to verify the content of recycling material in a PET bottle. Trust in numbers printed on a label is very likely not the best control. Options to get a reliable answer is that first, we need certification of material usage by independent and authorized institutes for organizations at the converter sites. Analytical measurements on the final product has to be the goal. We have some ideas on that. We have to make audits. First, we need certification of material usage by independent and authorized institutes for the production plants on the converter site. The audits need to cover the following requirements: defined products, recipes with defined RP content, that means more specifications, control audit on site, produced products, bottle preforms, required rPET quality, purchase and converted rPET quantities, mass balance in tons required versus converted quantities, and very important, not to be done individually by a product. It has to be done for a complete supply chain of all products of a site and has to be taken into consideration. We have some examples in Germany already with the RAL GATS Werkstoffe PET in Germany and also with the PET Cycle Association. But for us, it's not enough. We need other institutes like TÜV, like the ISO system who do the certificates so that we avoid the greenwashing. The fastest way to get a reliable answer would be to have an analytical methods in place, allowing to measure the RPET content on the final product. There are some ideas around. One is a direct measure via RPET fingerprint based on RPET characteristics and substances. Development needed via Fraunhofer Institute, and you need a gas chromatograph system. B, comparison measurement with known RPET and virgin PET types. Projects we established with a university in Germany and with various mineral water companies. Reference material data banks need to be established. Converters have to disclose the use of RPET types. This would be a little bit easier with near-infrared systems. How does the market currently copes with greenwashing? We feel a lot of pressure from traders so that they face the same issue and increasingly ask for clearness and solutions for introducing clear rules and reliability, as well as implementing audit systems. The same is valid for the branded companies who are as well very interested and looking for solutions. All hold that there have to be regulatory factors. We have also heard before, this is very important, via decrees of the European Union, which clearly make greenwashing impossible. What we clearly stated is there are more and more audits by customers, especially branded companies, searching for a solution to control the quantity flows. The matter is taken very seriously by branded companies and by the market in general, and we have to cooperate with the converters in order to find solutions and establish a reliable audit system that clearly controls the quantity flows and every single operation. We have to admit that the fast-moving consumer good companies, and we are working with in all this field with the global and the big players, the Coke, the Pepsis, the Danons, the Unilevers, the Beiersdorfs, the L'Oreals, the Procters, the Henkel. So all these are our customers, and we really feel, and we are more than happy that they are following, they have their own targets, and they are following clearly the direction to use more and more recycled material. And we also have a big pressure, as we have heard from Antonello. There is not enough material available on the market, especially with the targets from the European Union coming up. And despite the high prices, we do not see that they reject their targets. So they are really following the targets, and we have to fulfill also the expectations of the market, and therefore it's very, very important that we increase the collection rates, and this is, I think, a very important topic. In general, we strongly believe plastic, and especially PET, but also HD, is a very good material, as we have also heard in several speeches before. But we have to avoid litter, we have also responsibility, and we have to push for the circularity, and we have to establish also a good recycling environment so that we are succeeding in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to invite our last speaker to the stage in this session. We're running a bit behind time. I'm sure you can feel it. Lunch is desired. So hopefully we'll leave some time for one or two questions. So I'd like to now invite to the stage Christian Crepet, the Executive Director at Petcor Europe and Vice President at Plastic Recyclers Europe. Thank you so much.
Sorry, there's something wrong here.
Well, number one, thank you very much for letting us the occasion to express ourselves. And now I will explain to you how and why this PET is so recyclable. It starts in 1993. You can see in 1993 already, in November, we have the first guidelines for PET recycling coming. At the time when I was a junior fellow, as you can see, you have, now they're all disappeared practically, yeah? But those were the producers and the converters of the time whom decided to mobilize the industry, for, at the time, recycling. And now it is called, at the time, PETCOR, now it's called PETCOR Europe. And how do we fight? How do we fight all that? It's first, as I said, to mobilize the whole industry. As you can see, you have CPME number one, you have the producers, you have the converters, you have the recyclers, you have the ink manufacturers, the label manufacturers. Everybody is in the same boat, if I may put it this way. So there you are, you have Coca-Cola, you have the brand owners, you have Henkel, name it, you have the Dows of this world, you have, of course, Alpla, who just spoke, you have converters, so we're all there. It was very, very interesting. As you can see now that here you have the master batch, the machinery manufacturers, the glue, because glue is extremely important. Why is that? Why? Because when we have a problem, it has to be solved. Because it's all very nice to speak about PET and it's recyclable, but it's a complicated story, as you can see. You have all those working groups. Look at the working groups. For example, NIAS is non-intended added substance. Very important, because God knows what happens during the recycling. God knows what's happened. We have the monomer working group, which is the depolymerization one. We have the labels, because labels have to be recycled now. So we're trying to work on the recycling of labels. And glues, very important glue, because if the glue has to melt at 100 degrees, it won't work. Anyway, so it goes on like this. We have an LCA also working group. LCA for CO2 is very important, but you didn't see it, but there was EPBP, which is the governance that basically in Europe. EPBP is the European PET bottle platform, which is the governance in Europe for guidelines. And this is all the results of all this complicated, all those working groups that you see working together get in this. You have red lines, green lines means that you can go. If you're in the green, that means you can use it. Orange, that tends to disappear more and more, because now we're becoming more Manichaean. Either it works, either it doesn't work. And the red is no go. It's as easy as that. So now, why PET? I forgot my bottle. But why? The watchwords today are, as you know, reduce, reuse, recycle. So, reduce, wow, look, if you hear, now, you can't do better than that. Everybody's complaining now because it's too, it's not, there's no more hand, there's nothing. But PET has been extremely successful to reduce, extremely successful. Reuse, very interesting. Refill, it's not the best solution, but we can do it. We can do it too. And Mr. Leonard just said that he has ideas, they have developed new systems. Look at that. Even in Germany, we have 4 billion bottles of glass, 2 billion of PET. I'm thinking it's not the solution, of course, because if you're in Norway, where you have 5,000 kilometers or 4,000 kilometers to go from south to north, or even in the middle, this won't fly. So it's not ideal, but we can do it. We can do it, and even better, when we have as Mr. Leonard said, we have a PET bottle, which on the top of that is being refilled. I mean, it's unbeatable. I mean, nobody can beat that. Anyway, those are new bottles because the loops are 10. It's 10 loop, and now we're trying to go more than 10 loop eventually. But as I said. Well, what's important now is the recycle. I'm not going to go on recycling because I think Antonello spoke a lot about recycling. We all spoke a lot. Yash spoke a lot, but everybody spoke about recycle. But what's interesting is that you can see here the ton. We have 2 million tons. But what I wanted to say by showing that is that we have 600,000 tons waiting, about 35 new plants which have investment, which have no authorization, no opinion from EFSA at the moment. I wanted to raise the subject with Mrs. Bonafé because she represents the Parliament at EFSA, but I wasn't sure it was the right moment to do it. But you see, 600,000 tons coming. This is blocking the rest of the investments. So it's an extremely dynamic industry, this PET industry, because it's the ideal product to recycle, to reduce, to reuse, name it, we can do it. Now, there is a tool which is to fight again this greenwashing. Here is something which doesn't lie. It's a machine. You put the bottle. You have a barcode. It recognizes the barcode. This is a Coca-Cola machine. The thing. This is Nestle. This is whatever. You say, and it has been recycled. And as you can see, Germany, they have that 25 cents. They give a value to the product. So of course, when you give a value to the product, whether it costs at 25 cents a bottle, I mean, you have to. I'm saying even if you're very rich, you get your money back. Huh? So off you go. This is a reverse vending machine deposit out are good tools. Now, what are we doing? We're now at the European level. What we are interested by is to create a monitoring system on recycling and recycled content. So, for the Commission, with Commission DG Grow, which is the industry. We are trying at the moment with plastic, as you can see, Plastics Europe, the Plastic Recyclers Europe, PETCOR, PCEP, which is the polyolefins, okay, the styrenics value chains, sub-horizontal chains. We are trying. What we want to do is to find a long-term solution to verify, to report, to monitor the European plastics recycled content and repair content. So we have many solutions, of course. This is, but Mr. Leonard again spoke about some solutions. But this will be centralized in Brussels, data's, how can I put it? We will centralize all the results of recycled content. And everything will be audited. It is very important. For example, if we have the result of a recycler, if we have the result of even Coca-Cola, when they give us they have to, they will be able to be audited. The Commission will not accept if they are not audited. So when? As you can see, we want to be ready before 2025, so we're starting in 2022, and of course, from end of January 2023, first report to be published. Not going to be an easy task, but this is where we have to go, because, as I said, the fight against greenwashing is absolutely essential. And this is a fantastic way to do it, because I wonder who will be able to do it. As I say, audited, because glass, by the way, is never audited. Okay, and so we want to do that. Everybody has to be audited, not just us. So yes, there I go. This is now the second. Is this back? Yes, yes. The third, tool that we are going to have is the standardization. Standardization is also a fantastic tool, because we would like to standardize a process. It doesn't mean that we're going to it doesn't mean that we're going to specify everything. It's just to standardize a process, which we start with the design for recycling. You've just seen the traffic lights, okay? The quality of waste. Quality of waste, this would be the quality of the collection and the sorting. That's vitally important, collection and sorting. We cannot, we cannot ask a recycler to become, because in some countries you have the recycler who does the sorting and who does it all. So the quality of the waste, and of course the quality of recyclate. And this is the quality of recyclate. This is where we have the complexity, because you saw the number of products, the colors that we have. So what happens is it starts with an expert pool, okay, which are elaborating the guidelines, elaborating the test protocol, and once you have a new product on the market, for example, they go to this, which is what EPBP is doing, what we were doing, this European PET bottle platform, when we are extending it to trays. Again, this is going to be supervised by the EU at some stage. We're not going to be on our own. It's totally free, so no money to make. This is particularly also, with the others, certification you have to pay, and sometimes you pay and you're certified. So here, it's all free. So evaluation process, new applicants goes to expert pool, looks at the guideline, choose the test or the protocol to use, and after that, back to the expert pool for the opinion. Another thing now we have, as you can see, the PET is quite well advanced for a material, because we don't just say, this is what, this is our results, this is this. No, we are proving everything, and guess what? I think it's Antonello who was speaking about Eunomia. Eunomia is going to come to our working groups, you know, and because we want to show them, and every chairman of the working group have accepted, because they want to show that really it works, and because even people from Eunomia don't know it works. But we go at sometimes we go at their webinars, so it's quite disastrous, but anyway, they're going to come for the PET. I think we're the only one, by the way. So, and we said, as I said, we have also a campaign that we've done in 2021, where the idea was to raise awareness around the merits of PET amongst Brussels stakeholders, and well, not a European country, in European countries, okay? Thanks to CPME, ALPLA, and Indorama, for example, and we've managed to raise 480,000 euros. We're trying to go another one next year for 2022. It'll be less, of course, because we had to prepare all the documentation to prove that we're fine. And at the end, I mean, you see, it's very nice to have something in Europe, but I speak a lot with people in the States. I speak a lot with Chinese fellows. And I think we should maybe have at some stage some common platform, some global platform. And this global platform could communicate when it's necessary in Russia, God knows where. I'm not sure it would cost a lot of money. I'm not sure it would be that, especially if it's managed by industries. Usually it's tightly managed. So now my question is, should we not, or should we not create a global platform? Well, this is the end, and I wish to thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This has been really an enlightening session. So I can take, I think, one question, and I'll ask the others, since we're running behind time, to continue having a discussion when we break to lunch. So yes, please come ahead.
Hello everyone, thanks for interesting conversation. I'm Simone Fant from Renewable Matter. Actually, this question is for all the panelists, and I want to ask you, how are you dealing with this demonization of plastic in general and PET? And if that's a problem of communication, or is there just something else? Thank you.
Is there someone who'd like to start? Okay.
The question is well posed, because as you've seen, the data are going exactly in the opposite direction, in the sense that plastic has the lowest CO2 emission versus other material. What we are doing is we're widespreading as much as we can through Plastics Europe, through the local association, through ourselves, through these events, these informations. Unfortunately, policymakers at national level, but also at European level, were not able to confront and to take decision based on the reality. Here in Italy, we had in the past a party, I don't want to be too much polemic, but that was thinking that for the future was zero waste. Again, zero waste does not exist, is impossible in nature, and so we are trying to fight against the tide. But as I said, we are trying to widespread our message everywhere we do and everywhere we can.
Is there another panelist who'd like to answer? If not, I think we can take one more quick question before we go.
Can you hear me? It's related to the first question. What about microplastic, which is something else that has been demonized lately, and it's often related to plastic bottles? Microplastics. You know, drinking microplastics, having microplastics, parties held in the water. Sorry about that.
I don't want to monopolize the answer, so Yash, if you want to touch base on this. Microplastic is a totally different issue. First of all, the definition of microplastic as such as it is today is less than 5 millimeters. And the main cause of microplastic is something that we don't believe or we don't know, is coming from the cleaning, in the washing of the textile. Is coming up to a point that in France, from I think next year, but help me on this, by next year all washing machine should have a sort of filters able to collect the microplastic. And second largest producer of microplastic are the tires, the wheels. When you walk with your car, when you drive your car, basically automatically you generate some microplastic. Then with the water fill into the rivers and from the rivers to the sea. Our companies are part of a special program that is reducing the wastes due to the pellets. As you know, plastic is made of small pellets that are like salt granules, and we are trying to avoid any leakage of this kind of material that could flow again in the river. So is action taken by each one of us, each one of our companies has a special program to reduce leakage in this sense, and by proper information who is the real producers of microplastic. Thanks.
Just would like to add one thing, is that the mineral water industry has decided to carry, because of course you have mineral water in plastics, as you can see, so they've decided to carry a study. The study is almost done now. It will come out because mineral water is, you see everything. You know, in a swimming pool, you can see nano things of benzene. It's really things. So in clear water, they've been analyzing this, and the study will come out, I think now, 15 days, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I don't know, maybe it's out, but it's coming now. Just to show that in a bottle of where you have mineral water, you don't have any microplastic. So it can come after from the packaging, but this, as I said, we have to collect it.
Europe or Italy. The problem is as collection. Yes, that's okay.
Okay, with that, I would like to just remind everyone that we will come back to this room at 2 o'clock to return and have the next session. Thank you so much. A round of applause to our panelists. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed a wonderful lunch and you had an opportunity to kind of reflect on the morning session. So we really heard that there's a need for a green transition, that there are companies that want to do good, that are making real progress. But at the same time, greenwashing is something that is holding the market back. It's preventing consumers from being able to make informed decisions. And we need to make a change. So a huge part of that change is what we are addressing in session 4, the role of social impact finance. So in this section, we'll have 3 speakers really elaborating on what needs to be done. We heard this a bit in the morning on the need for streamlining and harmonizing so much of the different rating and systems that are happening. So we'll hear more today about the solutions that finance can offer. So what I'd like to do now is to introduce you to our first speaker who is joining us remotely, Sir Ronald Cohen, who is the chairman of the Global Steering Group for Impact Investment. And I also wanted to highlight that Giovanna Melandri, who we heard from earlier, is representing the Italian section of the Global Steering Group for Impact Investment. It represents several countries across the world. So I'd like to give the floor now to Sir Ronald Cohen to share more on the social impact investments and the role that they play.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm sorry that I can't be with you in person in Venice. We've seen a huge growth in ESG investing. 7 years ago, at the time of the G8 Impact Task Force, it was about $10 trillion. Today, it's $40 trillion. So it isn't surprising that we're seeing greenwashing now appearing as a phenomenon in our field, because it's becoming much more profitable for companies to associate with impact than it ever used to be before. And if we think in terms of what is driving these capital flows, we can begin to understand how we can cope with greenwashing effectively. It is a sign of the growth and popularity of new forms of investment that achieve risk, return, and impact. And the shift in our whole economies from risk return to risk return impact is, in my view, being driven by 3 major forces. The first is a massive change in values, which started with younger people a decade or more ago, when they started to refuse to purchase the products of companies that were doing social or climate harm. They became used to shifting away from the products of these companies or wanting to work for them. This attracted the attention of a broader population, and eventually investors became aware of it. And they began to understand that this had deep implications for the profitability of investment portfolios. And so we see today half of all professionally managed money in asset management firms being directed to achieve profit as well as impact through ESG investing. The second major force is the force of technology. I started my life as a venture capitalist 40, 50 years ago, at the very beginning of the tech revolution. The invention of the microchip has brought us the PC, the cellular phone, the internet, and everything that has gone with those 3 inventions convergence. But today we're seeing even bigger leaps in technology through artificial intelligence, through machine learning, through augmented reality, through blockchain, through the genome and powerful computing coming together. And these technologies enable us to improve lives and the planet in ways that humanity could never contemplate previously. And the third powerful force also stems from technology and is the answer to greenwashing. This technology and big data enable us today to measure the impacts of companies in a granular way, to measure the impacts that they create through their operations, mainly on the environment, through their employment on people, and through their products on people and the environment. And I want to share some insights which I have gained from the work that's been going on at Harvard Business School, an initiative of the GSG and the Impact Management Project with Harvard Business School to arrive at impact-weighted financial accounts. And I'm going to give you a peep into the future. If you go to the HBS IWA, Impact Weighted Account site, you will see today 3,000 companies' environmental impact from their operations in monetary terms. If I say to you that out of these 3,000 companies, 450 deliver more environmental damage in a year than they do profit, that 1,000 of them deliver damage equivalent to 25% or more of their profit, that together they deliver $40 trillion worth of environmental damage every single year. And finally, and most importantly, in terms of our conversation, we can see already a correlation between higher levels of pollution in many sectors and lower stock market valuations. So the weight of the 40 trillion plus of ESG money is affecting company values, and impact data has become price-sensitive information. The implications of this have not been lost on regulators. And so we see the EU passing legislation on the transparency on climate impact of investment funds. We see the SEC in the United States focusing on the issue of climate transparency, but from the perspective of companies, the impacts that companies create, as opposed to the investment funds. We see IOSCO, which is the organization that groups all the world's security regulators, pushing hard for impact transparency now. And we see IFRS, which is responsible for financial accounting throughout the world, outside of the United States, considering the establishment this November of this year of a new International Sustainable Standards Board to address this question of transparency. If we are able to provide the same transparency on impact as we can provide on profit, then we will change the behavior of investors and of companies. And by doing that, we will shift the behavior of our economic system from creating and aggravating climate and social issues to bringing solutions to the great challenges we face. Already we see the transparency on carbon emission is leading to talk of a carbon tax, a fairer tax system, if you like, where companies get taxed for the harm they do, rather than taxing every company and every one of us, for that matter, for the harm done by a fraction of all companies. And so this issue of impact transparency becomes fundamental to solving the problem of greenwashing. And greenwashing isn't just about green. It's also about employment practices. It's about diversity. It's about fair pay. the Harvard Initiative will be publishing in the next several days 2,500 companies' employment impact, measuring diversity for the first time, comparing the demographics inside and outside of companies' facilities, ascribing remuneration levels to the missing representatives of these communities, and arriving at a dollar number. In the case of Apple, against a $7 billion wage bill in the United States, there's a $2 billion negative charge for lack of diversity. And Apple is doing a better job, relatively speaking, than Intel, which is a much smaller company with a similar diversity charge, but less good a job than Costco, which has twice the number of employees of Apple, 160,000, but has a $1 billion charge for lack of diversity. And so we can begin to see how impact, transparency, and integrity is necessary for us today if we want to prevent companies and investors from making claims about the impacts they create, which are unjustified. And I want to close by saying that we are at a similar historic crossroad to our forebears after the crash of 1929. At that time, as many of you will know, every company could pick its own accounting principles to calculate its profit. Companies could even put part of their profit into hidden reserves without telling shareholders. And there were no auditors to verify any of the numbers. And in 1933, the Roosevelt administration boldly stepped forward and introduced generally accepted accounting principles and the use of auditors. At the time, some people screamed that it would be impossible to have the same set of accounting principles for every company, irrespective of size or sector. Today, we know that this is the foundation for our $200 to $300 trillion financial system, investment system. And today we're in the same place with regard to impact transparency as our forebears were in 29 and 33. 40 trillion plus is going to investment that seeks to achieve impact as well as profit. And we have no transparency, no real transparency, completely insufficient transparency on the impacts that the companies we invest in are creating. And so the answer to greenwashing is impact, transparency, and integrity. And the acceleration that COVID has brought to the use of technology, to attention being given to climate and social issues, must be used, as it was in the case of the economic crisis and the crash of 29, to bring governments to mandate within 3 years the publication of impact-weighted accounts by companies. The answer to greenwashing is impact, transparency, and integrity.
Thank you so much. It is an honor to have you open this session. It's such a critical topic to reflect, and for us all on in this moment to say, you know, we are in the midst of a shift in values that you touched on, a shift in practices across the whole of society. And while we're in this shift, we really need to think quite clearly about what needs to be done, what are the gaps, what's missing, and how we can really take action to address greenwashing. So thank you for providing that answer on impact, transparency, and integrity. And now I want to invite back to the stage Giovanna Melandri, who is the chairwoman of the Social Impact Agenda per Italia, the Italian hub of GSG, to talk about these exact shifts for economic paradigms.
Yes, hello to everyone. It's been a great day. I think we shared a lot of very interesting views, and I think I really want, you have to forgive me, I haven't prepared slides, but over the years I have decided and thought that sometimes to be just addressing personally issues is better. I think, okay, first of all, let me just briefly, very briefly, catch on to what Sir Ronnie Cohen just said. And also, I need to explain and describe in few words what social impact agenda is and what is the role of the Global Steering Group for Impact Investment. Maybe not all of you know, this organization stemmed out, I remember I had a chance of describing this in previous summits here in Venice, but let me just remind you that this is an organization which stemmed out of an international multilateral process originated by the first social impact investment task force of the G7, which delivered a report in 2013, which was called the Invisible Hand, the Invisible Heart of Markets, obviously relating to the invisible hand of markets as not capable of evaluating the process of impact-weighted accounting. The task force ended its action in 2014, and we decided, together with Sir Ronnie Cohen, with whom I'm collaborating since many years, to create this organization called GSG, which is now present in more than 32 countries, I think, 33 countries. I'm looking at Filippo, who is helping me with the numbers, since I don't have the slides. 33 countries in all the world. And Social Impact Agenda per l'Italia is the Italian nod to this network. And I also want to tell all of you, you may be interested, that in few days we are having our global venue, our global summit, October 6 and 7. 6, 7, and 8. You can follow us on the internet. It's going to be a huge thing with leaders from all over the world working on impact investment. And I will be speaking on the 6th, but it's an international global summit. Still, unfortunately, the last summit we had in person was in Delhi, I think 2018. So, said that, I think that many of the issues that Ronnie just addressed were underlying the conversation we had this morning, which I found very interesting. I think that obviously maybe there's a slight note of divergence with Ronnie, which is great because we're debating this. I think that, as I mentioned in the introductory remarks, I think this is the $40 trillion ESG self-declared investment is, on one side, very good news, because it really does mean that this is a momentum. On the other side, as we're here discussing washing, and yes, I agree with Ronnie, it's greenwashing, but it's not only greenwashing. And I really, what my organization, what Human Foundation does, and also the attempt that we are building in Italy, in Europe, and the GSG, is really to keep together the standards for decarbonization, environmental impact, social justice, and diversity. Because, as I don't want to be long on this, but we all know that the risk of having a clash between energy and climate transition and social issues is here every day on the first pages of the newspapers. So we really need to keep the impact structure together. So it is good news that now we have $40 trillion of assets under management that are diverted towards what they self-define ESG. But I think, and that was somehow the kind of question that I addressed before to a speaker before, I think we really need to address the fact that when we say ESG, we say some very different things. And so the first point I want to make today is thank you, Europe. This is why I asked about the European Regulatory 2088 model and the taxonomy which is coming after it, which is quite clear on the environmental side. It's yet not as clear on the social side. And I think there's a lot of expectation around that, and we are also trying to help this process. That taxonomy, I don't want to get into the technical details, but we know that that taxonomy, Article 7, that regulation, Article 7, 8, and 9, does give a substantial different definition of ESG. When we talk about ESG, we can talk about what technically we mean negative screening. I would say it in a normal way, maybe in a way that our friends working in the media can help us communicate. We're simply not doing harm. And that has to be proved, by the way. Then there is ESG on the medium side of markets. I mean, the kind of performances that we can detect on markets. And then there is impact investment, which is another category. And what I think we should work for, and what we, as Human Foundation and Social Impact Agenda for Italia, are working for in Italy, is driving and shifting, sort of accompanying those industries and those financial organizations that declare to be ESG towards impact investment. This is our job. So we don't want to say, you know, the good ones and the bad ones. We just want to push everybody in that direction. And I think that addressing washing, greenwashing and social washing is, you know, not only it is very useful, and I don't want to get into the consumer side of this story, which is very interesting, but above all, I'm not very much acknowledged on it, on the details. But what I want to say is that the clearer regulations are, and I think Europe is really at the forefront of this. And since I believe, together with Ronnie Cohen and together with the network in which we are working, that the solution for the future, and Ronnie just said something that I had never heard him say, so I really want to underline this for the media, because I think he has given us a sort of an anticipation of what will come out of the Global Impact Summit in a few days. He said, we have 3 years to go. In 3 years, we need to have governments, so it is an institutional issue. This cannot be dealt on a private basis. Let me be very clear on this. Human Foundation is a non-profit NGO, and Social Impact Agenda is a network of stakeholders that are working to develop the social impact ecosystem in Italy. But I think he's very right. I think now that we have developed culture, vision, we need to have a standard I advocate for what he just said. I believe in what he has just, I mean, this would be a long discussion because there are different models out there, but I think that the idea of having impact-weighted accounts, which means that the era of sustainability reports, green reports, diversity reports, social reports, parallel to financial accountings is finished. Because that is the kind of territory in which green, social, diversity washing has a place. So I also advocate for that. I know that there are problems. I know that there are, I would say, philosophical problems. How do we translate impact, quality impact into monetary, into a number, and translate that number into something which can be totally integrated in an accounting system? I know it's not easy. I think that if you all look at what we are doing with the Impact Management Project, which is the other international organization we're working with Harvard, with Georg Seraphim, and also with UNDP, because this is a United Nations process. And let me be, for once, proud of Italy and of the Italian role. I think this is my phone ringing. Can just push it up, put it out. Sorry. Italy has now the presidency of the G20, as you know, and we are sharing with the UK the COP26, and the UK has a presidency of the G7. By the way, another new task force within the G7 has been just started. It's different from the one from which all this process stemmed, because it has been selected by the UK government, who unfortunately is not anymore in the European family. But it's very important, and I think that arriving in 3 years from now and having the ambition and the aim to arrive to a global standard recognized by G20, G7 as the standard is, again, I totally agree with Ronnie. We've been discussing this many times. I mean, it's a revolutionary mode. He recalled the 1929 crisis. I would say that it took a long time, as many of you know, to arrive to the standards, to the financial standards that regulate markets still today. But today we know that we cannot accept the speed with which the climate crisis and the social crisis, it's not only the climate crisis, it's also the social crisis, which, by the way, the pandemic years have really shown us the case. We need to speed up that process. I think, and this is the second point I want to pick up from Ronnie's conversation, I think that technology can be very helpful for if there's one thing that all the practitioners in this area, all of us who have been dwelling for years and maybe decades with environmental evaluation, social evaluation, impact evaluation, we know that data collecting and data transparency is one of the problems. So transparency and integrity, these are the two guidelines. And the new era, the new digital era, and the new artificial intelligence era can really be very helpful. So I think, and I also want to say this, and thanking Andrea Boragno and the university for hosting us now since many years. I think that maybe next year, what we need is somebody to discuss and to address these issues with the IA people. We need to get into this conversation. We need to get into this conversation. The blockchain people, the standardization of process of collecting data. I think that if we arrive to that point, to the point in which impact-weighted accounts will be recognized as the standard and not just as a side option, probably, I mean, we've already seen what the results of the European regulations are. We witnessed some weeks ago an asset under management, I don't want to put names here, but it was in the paper, so it's not a secret, that overstated its ESG compliance. It was, come si dice, the SEC and the German authority opened a case, and the title lost, I think it was 13 or 14% in 2 days. So once the regulation is there, once the institutional framework is there, once we can define what an ESG negative screening equity fund is, what an ESG positive screening is, and what an impact fund is, these are 3 total different categories of action. And again, I think we need to put into the exit strategy of capitalism, because this is what we're talking about. We're talking about regulating markets, capitalistic markets, in a way in which the third way of defining value, which is impact, is inherent to every investment. Yes, we need a pricing structure because capitalism works through prices. I know it's not easy, but I think this is the challenge. I think I'm done with this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for enlightening us and the complexities, I think, that are involved in impact investments and the differentiation between what people self-define as ESG and what needs to be standardized. So I completely agree that we can't accept the speed that we're moving at. So I just want to invite the third speaker to come, and then we'll go to question and answer from the audience. And the speaker is Stefano Zambon, a full professor of accounting and business economics at the University of Ferrara in Italy. Welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Does it work? Yeah, great. So thank you very much to Alcantara and Venice International University and Social Impact Agenda for Italia for this kind invitation. To me, it's a little bit to come back home because I'm Venetian. And thank you also for the inspiring vision. I really admire, and I'm in a sense jealous of your passion and vision, which is, of course, something that we really need to change the world. Otherwise.
Well, this is nothing to be jealous. You can just do it yourself as well.
So, unfortunately, so far you probably skipped the slides, but I'm sorry, I'm a boring university professor, and so I will kill you with some slides. So we all agree that the origins of the greenwashing has something to do with the breaking of the trust relationship between a company and an organization and investors, the customers, and so on. So, and of course, it's a bad behavior with some deceiving information as well. The aim of the speech is just to provide you some insights about what's going on in Europe and internationally around the standardization of this information. Why I'm so concerned about standardization of information about sustainability reporting. Galileo Galilei would have said, eppur si muove, yet it moves, because piano piano is changing, piano piano. But, in an accelerating pace recently. Greenwashing, just to be a little bit conceptual, comes basically from two aspects. One is, of course, bad behavior or lack of behavior in terms of sustainability terms, and of course, a bad communication or a fake communication to financial markets, consumers, and so on. This is just the main pillars, just to simplify a little bit. And of course, as we just said 1 second ago by our chairwoman, it's not just about green. It's about social washing, sustainability washing. Recently, a researcher in the Japanese university talks about value washing. Somebody said, with some irony, the 50 grades of washing. So, because of course this is, is a complex phenomenon which regards many various aspects, not only the green, even though it's of course very important. It's also important to distinguish between false negative and false positive. What I mean is, of course, there's a false negative is a company doing good things in terms of sustainability, but not communicating, which is, of course, a minor problem probably to compare to the other situation, but also I think we also have to distinguish that the washing or the greenwashing regards especially the false positive, those that appear in terms of marketing, as been said before, as doing something but really not doing anything. So the false positive are really the problem I would like to talk about here. So the thesis I would like to bring on this stage is the fact that the washings, if I can use this expression, are favored by the absence, not determined, but favored by the absence of established and internationally recognized, generally accepted standards on reporting. So back to reporting, in a sense, to some extent. Why? Why? It's, of course, because why I want to talk about this, about reporting, is because not only because it's fundamental to understand the greenwashing and the other washings, but also because fortunately the corporate reporting landscape is rapidly changing the last probably 18 months, which is good news. Till 18 months, it was really depressing. There were so many organizations, so many standards, really, really confusing situation. So, any competition. So, CDP, just for your knowledge, CDP, CDSB, IRC, GRI, there are also many others that I can't remember right now. But there were at least 10, 15 proposals in competition. But what is even worse, they were not going the same direction. Because if they were going all in the same direction, it would have been much easier. Unfortunately, some organizations are still much more concerned about investors' information needs, like the SASB, the IRC, the Wiki, but other organizations refer to the information needs of all the stakeholders. So it's not exactly the same point of view. I hope you understand. The way you construct information depends also on the users of that, or the intended users of the information. And so, just to get worse and worse, the situation was that the selection of the relevant information to be included in the sustainability reports, the selection was based on different principles. Well, the name of the principle is the same, materiality principle. Materiality in this respect means relevance. So the principle of the relevance of the information. The problem is how this relevance was judged and is judged is different according to the different organizations. So it's not only different competing organizations, not only different intended users, intended aims, but also different selection for what is relevant and what is not relevant. So a disaster, just to put it simple. And so this situation, as I said, is still creating a lot of confusion for companies. How many each of us probably has met with entrepreneurs, CEOs, and so on, complaining about this situation, which is, of course, a fertile ground to create washing. Because, of course, when you don't have a standard information which is well regulated to comply with, to abide by, of course, at that point, you have a problem. You can play with all these possibilities, all this room for washing, I said. And of course, coming back to what Professor Biglio said this morning, this situation of confusion is reflected in ESG ratings. And ESG ratings is very widely different, and the ESG ratings paradoxically contribute to the washings, because in a sense reinforce the washing. So it's a really depressing situation. Let's look at what's going on in Europe. Just a few seconds ago, Europe has been quoted. And clearly, Europe has been the first one, probably major market, moving so clearly in that direction. Let's put it also in a perspective. In 2014, already, European Union issued a directive on non-financial reporting. Look at the name, non-financial, not sustainability, it's non-financial, which applies also to the all European countries in the last 3-4 years. But it was only for big companies, above 500 employees, which is about 6,000 entities in Europe. Only 5 areas, which is business model, policies, outcomes, risks, and some KPIs. And also ESG issues, there was not specific content. No audit, so nobody was guaranteeing, just echoing what Sir Cohen was saying. No mandatory audit, and even worse, no standard, no model to report information. So, of course, it's a first step. Fair enough. It was a first step. So happy to have that, at least. But clearly not enough. In fact, it created lots of problems for users of the information, which means investors, and the preparers of information, which means CFOs, CEOs, and so on, because, of course, they were so uncertain. It was so loose regulation that created, of course, lots of problems, and once again, situation favoring greenwashing. So fortunately, in the frame of the EU Green Deal and the Sustainable Finance Action Plan, which started off, as you know, 2-3 years ago, basically, on the 21st of April, so we're really 5 months ago, basically, the European Commission issued a new proposal, still a proposal, so we don't have to cheer too much here for the time being. Let's hope that this will pass, of course. A new proposal on corporate sustainability reporting is known as CSRD. That should be approved, they say, by the first quarter, maximum the second quarter 2022. So there's a large agreement in the European Parliament. Let's hope that this is true, of course. Why is it important? Because there's a big leap forward. All the European companies, not just the listed companies or banks or insurances, but all European companies above 250 employees will mandatorily have to publish sustainability reports. Also listed SMEs. So even if you're a small SME, but you're listed, you go into sustainability reporting. So this means 49,000, from 6,000 to 49,000 entities. There's a mandatory audit. And of course, also the big novelty here is that there will be European sustainability reporting standards. And this has been, it's an important, of course, jump ahead. The first sustainability reporting standards will be European, applying only to Europe, not to make any confusion here. They will be issued by mid-2022, and a second bunch of other 20 standards will be published by mid-2023. Standards will be multi-stakeholder perspective, so not just that of the investor, so it will be kind of a wide audience and intended for a wide audience, and both generic, so sector agnostic and sector specific. So it's a major task for a very short time. So it's really a big challenge, day one. And in fact, also the reporting areas, you can look without getting to all of those. The reporting areas from this proposed new directive is much larger, much longer list. Just 1 second, just on the bottom right, there's also intangibles, which is a complete novelty for all this area. The intangible capital should be part into the European sustainability reports. The task force has been created for European sustainability reporting standards within EFRAG. EFRAG is a body which exists since 20 years, based in Brussels. And taking a wide view of sustainability, as I say, is not only climate. You're perfectly right. It's not only climate. It's much wider. It's about social. It's about, you can see the topics here. So there's conceptual guidelines, of course, and there are other clusters within EFRAG working on environment, on the social, on the governance, but also other matters, which also are, intangibles, as we said, but also will be sector-specific standards, SMEs standards or sustainability reporting for SMEs, and the format, the digital format, you just mentioned that, is exactly that. So these new standards will be issued with already a digital capacity of transformation. There will be a European single deposit point for all the sustainability reports. So it's a major, major revolution. What about outside the EU? Okay, if we have some reasons to be cheerful about EU. What about outside the EU? Because, of course, and I think now we are going to echo what Sir Cohen was saying, because, of course, the IFRS Foundation, the foundation that within his body there is the International Accounting Standards Board, the IASB, is going to set up a new board called International Sustainability Standards Board. And it should be announced less than 1 month from now, possibly before COP26. But there's not an official announcement so far, but, the expectation is in that direction. There's a technical working group. So that is will form the basis of the new board. So that we will have 2 boards: one for the accounting, the traditional accounting, and one for sustainability reporting. You see, so there will be 2. And in particular, this working group has the support the Value Reporting Foundation, which is the outcome of the merge between the International Integrated Reporting Council, IRC, and the SASB, the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, that is an American. SASB is an American, and IRC was a UK. The aim, of course, is, as you may imagine, is to start running the ISB, created in fertile ground, and of course to respond to the IOSCO. So the IOSCO are the regulators of the stock exchanges that would like to have sustainability reporting standards applied globally, not only European. You see the problem? There's a tension at the moment between the two. The international initiative, which is coming along, and the European initiative, which is far more ahead. And of course, this is something that should be somehow addressed. The example is the last 2 words of this slide. The perspective of the IFRS Foundation is the investor perspective. The perspective of the European Union is stakeholders, which is much wider. And of course, this is not neutral also in the conception of the standards. So that is potentially a major problem that hopefully we should avoid. Having said that, can universal standards solve the problem of everybody? Can solve the greenwashing? I think personally I would like to add also a role. I would like to mention for a few minutes the role of basically intermediate bodies at the national level. I know that we're slightly late. I hope to have till 3-4 minutes. Because the international intermediate bodies have an important role, I think, in diffuse knowledge, create understanding in this evolutionary path. Let me give you the example of OIBR, what we're trying to do. We founded very recently in 2019. We are a foundation, legally recognized, market-led, 70 members. Of course, we work exclusively on the public interest. We are part of a wider, exactly like social impact agenda. We're part of the wider organization that is called WICI, Wiki, with the C, not the K, but we work closely with EFRAG and the Value Reporting Foundation, with both. So to speak, in this moment, the 2 bodies that are operating the standards, standardization. The work, of course, our purpose is to publish technical reporting documents, of course, in the various areas of climate, ESG, intangibles, and so on. We have a number of publications. You can find them easily in the website, both in Italian and in English, also for SMEs, because of course we are in Italy and SMEs are very important. We have working group working on SDGs, performance reporting on SDGs with the Sant'Anna di Pisa. We're working, of course, on about non-financial information and sustainability. Can sustainability information predict company crisis? Of course, the materiality is a major problem, as I mentioned before. And of course, there will be some others coming along with executive compensation, with the biodiversity. And of course, we're working on benefit companies together with ASSO Benefit, which is the Italian Association of Benefit Companies. We run the Italian Congress every 2 or 3 years. Last one was 6 months ago. We had all national speakers, but of course also very important international speakers from all these actors, European Commission, ESMA, EFRAG, Value Reporting Foundation, IFRS, and so on. And we have, of course, speakers from 8 other Italian universities. So, going towards conclusion, we're moving towards the resolution of the greenwashing problem. It's, of course, a provocative thought. Ultimately, greenwashing comes from bad behavior and clearly from an opportunistic origin. And the technical vehicle is, of course, sustainability information. Clearly, there's a change in the process, especially in European level. I totally agree with the previous speakers. We tighten the standards. We increase the control, like auditing, the enforcement mechanisms. The idea is basically an idea of progress through reporting, in a sense, societal and company progress through reporting. Of course, we need, as has been mentioned before, to increase the competences and culture of board members, and of course, auditors and professionals. This is a huge work. That's why I spoke about OIBR, because it's an intermediate body that needs, is useful, is instrumental to provoke change. Conclusion. Clearly, we have already, we have to somehow learn much more how to check whether a company is serious about sustainability. For instance, if some KPIs linked to sustainability are present in the bonus system of managers, that would be an interesting signal if a company is serious. So there's already some possibilities to understand, if a company is serious. It's not only external reporting, sustainability report information. However, I personally believe the action of various intermediate bodies at an international and national, especially national level, is very important, but not enough. There's a fundamental need to increase sensitivity in the markets, consumers, general public, towards this issue. There's already an interest. We should increase the sensitivity, how to detect the greenwashing and other kind of washings. Let me just conclude with a little observation. Corporate reputation and the loss of corporate reputation coming from, from finding a company, of course, guilty of greenwashing is a very effective intangible lesson, because reputation is fundamental intangible that has lots of a huge cost for companies. So greenwashing should be passed clearly, the notion that greenwashing is linked to loss of reputation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. If you could join on stage for the question and answer segment. Perfect. This has been really enlightening, I think, for all of us to realize, we've really evolved in our understanding of greenwashing today. From just looking at products in the hotel room to understanding the systemic issue that, yes, comes from an opportunistic nature, but also is enabled by a lack of a regulatory framework. So I really appreciate the solutions being offered today of institutional frameworks and also enforcement at the national and regional levels, which was touched on by the EU Commission today. But I'd like to now open the floor for any questions. We've covered a lot, and I'm sure there's many questions in the audience. Yes, please. If you can go to the mic towards the back. And if you have a question, if you can stand in front of the mic, that would make this easier.
So,
thank you very much for the interesting speeches. I was wondering how we can develop evidence about the correlation between business performance and positive or negative impact. Is there some activity undergoing? I mean, how we can have more information on this? Thank you.
Perhaps we can turn to Sir Ronald Cohen first.
Yes, please go to the Harvard Business School site, HBS IWA, and you will see in the reports on environmental damage an analysis of the correlation between stock market valuation and levels of pollution within specific sectors. Incidentally, you will also see a lack of correlation between rating agency results and the actual damage that is being caused by companies. You will see when the employment data appears in just a few days' time, a similar correlation with lack of diversity, which leads to lack of employee retention and, interestingly, stock market valuations again. So the more data we have available, the more these correlations, in my view, are going to jump out at us. The figures that we're using at Harvard are publicly disclosed information on a not totally comparable basis. So as Professor Zambon was saying, and I would love to have a copy of your excellent presentation, Professor Zambon, and I look forward to chatting with you and with Giovanna about your interesting presentation. We need to have standardized, verified information now for these correlations to jump out. What I can tell you is that they appear already, and you will find them at Harvard.
Thank you. Would anyone else on the panel like to respond? Otherwise, we can.
No, I agree that the approach by Harvard is an interesting approach. I think he has to mature a little bit more. He's not the only one present. There's also Value Balancing Alliance, that is a German-derived organization doing that. Of course, for the environmental aspect is, I think, easier to find a price. But of course, this is an important aspect, because if we can translate impact into a number, at least a quantity, if not a monetary expression, I think it's a big jump. The only thing, because I'm a humble accountant, Sir Cohen, and I know the accounting world quite well because I'm working in this area in the last 30 years. And I know that it's quite difficult to get through. Only possibility, I remember what our chairwoman said, is maybe to go through G7 and G20. That might be a good way forward. Because if you wait for accountants, it's never going to happen. Sorry. So in this respect, I think that that approach that you seem to like very much and to support has to be confronted with, of course, within the scientific community even more. And I think maybe Georgia will be nice if he can come to Italy. We'll be happy to have him, of course. Being Greek, I don't think it's too far away from Greece, and in a sense, and I think. But once again, I just encourage you on this because we need to move forward, simply as that. So, thank you.
Well, I have a consideration for Professor Zambon. I don't know if it was if it was wanted, but I think you missed one of the important areas of European regulation, which is the Regolamento 2088 of 19 and the taxonomy which is coming under that. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because since we are witnessing today already some wealth management enterprises and that are, under the light of SEC or BaFin in Germany, and they are already suspected of having exaggerated their environmental and social credentials. And as I mentioned this morning, we have already seen titles falling down on the stock exchange because of this. So this is the other side of the medal. I mean, and I think that this is why Europe is leading. You were remembering the two great exercises that the European Union, and I think we should also remember a fourth exercise, which is obviously the Green New Deal, and how the public finance, the European public finance, is being diverted. And this opens a whole other area of considerations in terms of how do governments make sure that that money, which is debt money, is used to generate impact. How do government use that money to engineerize public-private collaboration towards outcomes and not just give it out, without that kind of assessment? But that brings us to another sphere. But I think that what is happening in terms with the taxonomy, with the environmental taxonomy, and with the, I think very soon, the social taxonomy of the 2088 regulatory schemes in the financial markets is really already helping a lot in Europe. Because, out of those $400 trillion, I think, I'm not sure about this number, but I think something around $15 trillion is the European assets under management. And if already those are sort of looked under the lens of what is negative screening, I mean, what is self-declared ESG fund, but it's just a negative screening fund, this is not what we want. This is not the kind of, revolution, the impact revolution we're thinking of is not ESG negative screening. And the European Commission and the European regulatory system is already there. And we, as Human Foundation, are working with a lot of these these asset managers who come to us and they say, I am an ESG asset manager. And we look into it and we say, no. Well, maybe yes, you are. You're an ESG negative screener, which is really nothing in terms of what we need today. So I think I'm obviously, and this is Ronnie's fault, but obviously I'm looking at it from the financial side. So from the supply side, okay? I'm not looking at it from the demand side. And I'm working in Italy and Europe on that side. And I think that the very interest, I want Ronnie to do that. I don't need to advocate the impact-weighted accounts initiative here, but I think that the very interesting thing about that process and that exercise is that it gives a response to both sides. To the supply side, which needs to drive money and financial assets into companies, and to the companies themselves. So, okay, that's the point I wanted to make.
Yes, we have one question here in the front. Would you mind? Sorry, if you maybe take this mic right here. Or was a comment?
Here you go.
Okay, I have just a couple of comments and questions. One for Giovanna Melandri and the other one for Stefano Zambona. I would start from Stefano. I don't know if it's a comment or a question, but you did mention the fact that the non-financial reporting today has this long list of methodologies. Now, that was one thing that worried me a lot, because obviously it allows a lot of room for flexibility. Do you think that the corporate sustainability reporting directive will solve that? Because I remember at the beginning, I was involved in a group of the experts at national level. I simply ran away when and in doing so, we have carried out a research at Sant'Anna, you probably know it, examining the report, the non-financial reporting and sustainability reporting of many companies. We found that like 80% of the company we screened had some critical events, adverse events, like an accident, big accident. You know how many of those companies reported the accident in the report or in the FID? All right, well, 15%. So I was just wondering if no one imposes those companies like an indicator of please report, that thing is not going to happen. And for Giovanna Melandri, more or less the same. I have interpreted, again, since the very beginning, the taxonomy like, yes, an anti-greenwashing measure, something that wants to prevent greenwashing, but more from the investment funds, from banks and insurances. No? So we want you to leave apart all the negative screening. It's totally useless, okay? We want you to use some criterion that really identifies good green investment, okay? But then again, if this is not guided by specific indicators, how can this translate into the way in which companies are talking to banks? No, because my idea is that, okay, everyone will just care about being compliant to the taxonomy. Again, the second reason because I ran away was the taxonomy, you remember at the very beginning, was good sectors, bad sectors, because it was a list of, okay, where do we put the automotive industry? That scared the hell out of me. So I ran away. It was totally unfeasible. Now, after a long time, we are discussing about at least technologies, but not about indicator. So how can I be sure about that?
May I ask Sir Ronald Cohen to respond, and also maybe to keep the comments brief. We're running a bit behind time. Thank you so much.
Well, I'll be very brief. I think there is a convergence occurring now. The Value Balancing Alliance, which is working in the same direction as the impact-weighted accounts, is actually part of the impact-weighted accounts effort, and we're working closely with them. We're seeing mergers of different groups. For years, different people have been carving a piece of the puzzle. We haven't had a picture of the puzzle. The puzzle has to be reporting and impact accounting. And as we begin to understand this, you will see this convergence take effect.
Thank you.
Can I say perhaps something? I totally agree with you in the sense that the problem is that I understand that I'm bringing here a boring perspective because, of course, it's the one, is the one of the kind of the accountants, so to speak, the accountant that has evolved, perhaps. But of course, the ingredients are important to have a spaghetti, because a good pasta plate. In the sense that what we're talking about here and what I try to picture is to focus on the ingredients, so the indicators that come from standards. So all the other things, of course, are very important. It's also, I agree with your point about indicators. But the important thing is that what is going on in Europe, within the frame, as I said, of Green Deal and sustainable finance, is the fact that it's not only finance, but you need also to change reporting practices. And that is a fundamental aspect that we can't overlook. We can't. Because otherwise, we don't have the basic ingredients to develop the dish and evaluations and the rest. I'm just a little bit skeptical about accounting, not just because I'm an accountant. Accounting, by the way, was invented in this country and in this city 700 years ago. Luca Pacioli was at Giudecca Island, a few kilometers away from here.
So nobody is perfect.
Even Venetians.
Even Venetians. And after 700 years, I think, to change accounting is a complex thing, institutionally, legally, and the rest. So, in a sense, I think that this development, exciting developments taking place in Europe, I totally agree with you, has also an important an important side, which is about reporting. And I think this is a fundamental complementary perspective. I ignored that on purpose, incidentally, because otherwise we would have overlapped. And so I think we're not saying different things here. I think we are quite convergent in a sense, apart from the passion that each of us is animated for.
Okay. I just want to say thank you so much to the panelists. We're running a bit behind time, so if we could have a very brief break and come back here in this room at 3:30, that would
Can I say thank you to Sir Ronnie Cohen that's been with us the whole
Thank
time.
you so
Thank you,
much.
Ronnie. Thank you. Thank you for being
Thank
with
you.
us. Thank you.
Thank you, Savannah. Always a pleasure to share the platform with you, and this time with Professor Zamba.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, yeah, we have to Oh, my mask. I hope we have everyone back in the room. Close to enough? Okay, I think we'll go ahead and shift to the wrap-up of the day. So to kind of summarize, it's the conclusion, the thoughts, the findings, the results of today. I want to invite up Jacopo Giliberto, author in the field of sustainability, specializing in energy environmental issues in the economic and financial daily paper Il Sole 24 Ore. Yeah, okay. Thank you, welcome. Please give a round of applause.
Grazie per l'applauso immeritato, casomai applaudirete. Thank you for applause. Thanks to Alcantara, VIU, social impact. Very, very interesting discussion this morning and this afternoon. I hope you can hear. Who am I? I am Jacopo Giliberto, journalist, Italian journalist at a newspaper. I usually write about environment and energy, or energy and environment. It depends on the period, on the informative period. And I will play the role of the witness with my colleagues. You have seen them as a journalist today, in helping citizens and consumers to protect the environment, and mainly to protect themselves in buying products, in using products, in using each aspect of life. At last, we are listening figures on what we felt for years about the environment, and 3 days ago in Milan, Selina Abraham heard Greta Thunberg saying blah, 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 blah. And there is I think there is an overflow of words, information about environment, and a lot of messages. Not uniform, different meaning, different sense. We listen, the seas are growing 3 times faster than before. And people say, I don't see it, that it is a catastrophic message. Now it's very difficult to feel, to see this, the evidence of what we hear. So a lot of messages in newspapers, in advertising, for instance, environment message a lot. We are overflowed with this kind of messages. It's very difficult. An example. Tuna fish is wildlife. Tuna are animals, wild animals. And there are companies that go on the seas, search and follow tuna fish, they catch with net, they kill tuna, they put in cans or tins and so on, and they say, we protect oceans. I wonder, how do you protect oceans? We protect seas. And this is a message we, as citizens, we received through advertising. We pay some NGOs for protecting turtles. So the message is that companies, fisheries companies, protect seas. They catch and kill animals, thousands and thousands of animals each day. And the message we receive through advertising is, we protect seas. It's very difficult to understand this kind of messages. This is the theme of our discussion today. The difference between the messages we receive and the reality of things. Another example, plastics. Some weeks ago, an Italian NGO extracted an abandoned fishing net from the sea near Giglio Island. 500 meters of abandoned fishing net, 500, for years in the sea. That broken net continued for years to kill fishes, dolphins, turtles, and so on. And analysis say that most of in European seas, most of waste are fishing waste. And we see, we listen to Antonello Ciotti. We see, we read the SUP directive, and the problem to save our seas is plastic dishes. There is a difference between reality of things, the physicity of things, 500 meters of net killing for years, a lot of fishes, and the directive that stops the sticks for balloons. I don't feel that the problem of our seas are sticks of balloons. I think that are fishing waste that continues to destroy our sea. So, another example. On 20th of September, I think, yes, on Wall Street Journal, there was a big article about the SG and the funds, the environmental funds, talking about Philip Morris. How can I say that Philip Morris, that produce cigarettes, is a green company? Yes, our tobacco is produced in an environmental way. Okay, your tobacco is green tobacco, fantastic. But how can you say that you are a green company if you produce a tobacco that is smoked, inspired in our lungs, expired in atmosphere? I think that there is a big difference between reality and messages. There is an Italian phrase, an Italian locution. I will say in Italian, I will translate in English. Ma di che cazzo stiamo parlando? What are we talking about? The meaning it's different, of course, because in Italian has a slightly different meaning. So, Ampazis from European Commission. He gave us the weapon against lies of companies. Novello, he told us the two different values of society passed from economic values to other values, not economic, engagement values. Fabio Iraldo, he gave us the figures, the measurement of the changing of society. So, Novello, he said the society is changing. Society is always continuously changing, of course. And Iraldo said, told us the figures, the numbers. Zambon, Biglio, but how can we trust in ESG when certificators are in the same time investors? There is something strange when you see the same figures, the same person telling what is good, what is bad, and in the same time putting his money in investments about exactly on their judgment. Another example is taxonomy. How can trust in taxonomy, European taxonomy? We heard Giovanna Melandri and the discussion about taxonomy. When we know that is mainly not a scientific taxonomy, but mainly a political taxonomy. France say, in taxonomy it's very important to include nuclear because nuclear protect environment, has no CO2 emission. Okay. German says, no, nuclear is worst. We can't consider in taxonomy nuclear. We must consider gas, natural gas. Natural gas is fantastic. It is transition source. How can believe in taxonomy when it is a political position between different countries? Mao Zedong had a lot of proverbs. He gave us a lot of proverbs. One of them, I don't mean the color of cat. The important is that the cat catch the mice. L'importante è che il gatto catturi il topo. Non mi interessa il suo colore. I don't mean the color of cat. Now, taxonomy is discussing about the color of the cat, not the capability of catching the mice. It's very strange. Another example, Ciotti, Lehner, Loya, their description is about plastic response to a lack in waste collection systems. So, plastic industries is responsible with recycling, in any way, must invest in responding to a lack not of plastic industry, but a lack of another sector, waste collection. That is the problem, the waste collection. And now I arrive to the point. Crepeto said the plastic emits less CO2 than other materials, competitor materials and so on. The problem is that society is changing. We know it is a continuous process. Society changes continuously, of course. But now there is a very fast changing on the environment. And when I was younger, plastics, I speak about plastic because Alcantara is in plastic sector. Plastic were a symbol of progress, of modernity, of evolution, of getting out the poverty and a world very hard, famine, sickness, and so on. Plastic was progress. Now the society is changed, and plastic is worst, is horrible, it's dirty. It is not sterility, safe, it's not safe, it is dirty, it is waste, it is contaminating. The society has changed. The society is looking back at the past, thinking that the past was better than modern world. Probably here in this room, probably we must think, we must change our way of speaking to society. Your messages, our messages are too complicated, too rational, too intellectual, and society asks short, easy, probably wrong messages. I finish.
Thank you so much for trying to really pull together so many different things that we heard today, the different messages, the different stakeholders. It's definitely a very confusing landscape. And when we talked about that a lot today, it's confusing for consumers, it's confusing for investors, it's confusing for journalists who are trying to find a message to convey to society, something clear and resounding on where are we now, and there's urgent action that needs to be taken. And so easily manipulated by disinformation that we were talking about. And this is something that we really need to fix through an institutional framework. So I want to now shift to the closing session of the day and invite back 4 speakers who we heard from at the beginning with high hopes of how the day would go. And that's Antonello Ciotti, the chairman of PET Manufacturers in Europe, Giovanna Melandri, the chairwoman of Human Foundation and SIA, Umberto Vettani, the president of this lovely university, and Andrea Boragno, chairman of Alcantara. First, I think we have Antonello, to give some closing remarks.
But my closing remarks are very quick because we have been discussing very deeply all the various points. Basically, we are at a point of changement. Our industry is ready to invest has already the technology in place, and the R&D able to lead this changement. And I was mentioning before, it means to move from fossil feedstock to wastes, to consider wastes not as a waste but as a resource. And this has a terrific change in our plants. Imagine, you are used to receive oil, and now you have to think of getting this oil by the wastes collected by somebody else. But what we need is clarity from the institution, because you cannot invest if you don't have clarity, and clarity in terms of methodology applied to a various legislation. And what is extremely relevant for us is that at European level we maintain a common market. What we see as a dramatic risk is that the European Union, by implementing the new directives, is breaking up in national legislation that are somehow inflicting each other. So this is our request to the institution: clear legislation, clear indication, and clear methodology. As I said to Andrea earlier before the meeting, science over ideology. That's it.
But you go, you start. Giovanna, we don't know where she is.
Well, let me say, first of all, a word of thanks to the staff, the magnificent staff of Venice International University, of Alcantara, who have organized this fantastic international symposium. I believe that all of us enjoyed today's discussion. And I think we've gone a long way. Now, we started off this morning, you all remember that, with messages from policymakers. The Minister for Universities and University, for Research and Universities, Cristina Messa, gave a forceful message. And after her, we had Giovannini, who is responsible for transport and, of course, in an ecological transition. But we also heard somebody from Brussels. And Brussels is also a policymaker. And much has been said this afternoon about how far Europe is going together in this particular field. Now, why were they with us this morning? And why did Andrea Boragno invite them? Because ultimately, they are responsible to accelerate the transition. They've got what in Italy we call il bastone e la carota. They can punish or they can encourage. They can use disincentives or use incentives. And so it was quite right that we should listen to them, but we should also hold them accountable for what they will do. The question is, how can we help? Well, VIU for the last 30 years has been working on sustainability with its 20 universities, working together here in this campus. Alcantara, and I'm very grateful to Andrea Boragno, has brought with it business, so that we don't discuss simply between researchers and professors, but we know also what business is doing, how it reacts to problems, and particularly to this imperative which has become sustainability. Well, 7 years later, we started 7 years ago, we can take stock. Certainly, there is a greater awareness of how important sustainability is among consumers first, but also among business people. But at the same time, there is a lot of disinformation. There is enormous confusion. I was fascinated by the many examples, the 7 sins that businesses often commit in order to make us see things which are not there, which are not real. And so it's a real Tower of Babel, Torre di Babele, as we say in Italian. There are many false or deceptive claims, many fake news, which lead, first of all, consumers, all of us, when we enter a commercial store. But it also misleads the investors. And this is particularly serious because today Europe has put a lot of money in the market. And so if the allocation of resources goes the wrong way, we are simply destroying resources. So we have to be more and more careful, particularly at this time. Well, what should be done? Well, Alcantara, VIU, believes, and this has happened today, that we must learn more and more, and I think my colleague on the right underlined that, and the gentleman from the press, Il Sole 24 Ore, said it very openly. We have to help and do our best to distinguish between truth and falsehood. How can we do that? Well, many suggestions came. We need more transparency. We need to take the fog away and see exactly what the situation is. But it's not enough. You need standards. Now, of course, you may have different standards. The other side of the channel, they use the yard, we use the meter. They use the foot, we use the 10 centimeters and so forth. But it's not a problem, because by doing a simple multiplication or division, you know exactly where you are and you can measure exactly the distance. But can we say the same things about the standards that you have to use when you discuss sustainability? We're far from that, because it was shown today that color often seems to be enough. It's green, looks all right, ecologically friendly. Or packaging. You say that the packaging comes out of recycled paper or recycled plastic or whatever. So in fact, we know that we need a different solution. We can't have so many rating agencies. We heard one, or 2 or 3 today, which were particularly interesting, Reuters and others. They have done their homework. They've brought together a number of criteria, but you've seen the outcome. The same firm, Honda or Ford, comes out with very different rating according to the stick you use, the yardstick you use. You use one, letters or numbers, and you come out with a very different picture. And so you need a revolution. I think the word was said, and so I feel quite comfortable using it myself. You need a revolution. You must reduce the number of rating agencies to 1. But how's that going to be made? You can't do such a big jump all together at once. So what can we do? We can start with Europe. Many of us belong to Europe here, many of our countries. Even in VIU, we have many non-European universities, but we have quite a lot of European universities. And I believe that Europe can go a long way, establishing the board that Stefano Zambon talked about, a board which not only helps the reporting by firms and corporations, but checks, makes investigations, and corrects some of the false claims which may be made. If we don't do that, there is a danger. And the danger was very well spelled out this morning, that consumers will lose faith, will lose trust. They will think that everything is fake. Anybody can sing his own tune, and no one knows exactly where the truth is. So I believe that we surely need a scientific, independent evidence, and we want to see exactly how companies go about that. We heard this morning there is a journey to comply with, a journey which is 5-6 years. Alcantara has done this work from 2009, and slowly, but with great care and conviction, has brought up a report that was distributed to you, which shows how much work has gone into this, how much the management has become conscious, how much each employee of Alcantara, because this is something that must bring together not only the top, but also each one of those who are employed in that corporation. Green, I've noted, someone said, is part of the business. Well, what would we like to see after such an interesting day? Well, what I can say is that I believe that the enthusiasm, the passion, the engagement, which was shown by so many speakers, either on the screen or in person, show that we're on the right path. And Andrea Boragno, Alcantara, and we from VIU believe that we should engage more. There's a very interesting area in which we can go further and be at the forefront. We've been always pioneers in all this, and we believe we should continue to be so. Why now? Well, there was a meeting here in VIU a few weeks ago of linguists, and I heard our Spanish colleague ask his British friend, is there an equivalent in English of mañana? We'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. And I was very pleased to see the answer that came from my other colleague. He said, well, there are a number of ways that you can translate mañana into English, but none of them brings with it the same sense of urgency. I think I was perfectly right. But that's why it has to be done now and not mañana. It has to be done now because the danger and the destruction of the environment has gone to such a great extent that we need really to move on and to move forward, as Sir Ronnie has said this afternoon. Well, you can ask, why here in San Servolo? Well, you should never forget that this island has been the first settlement of a monastic order. And this happened in the year 900, which is more than 1,000 years ago. Now, we have found from the very beginning that VIU was created that our mission was very much in line with the preaching of Saint Francis. You'll know the Cantico delle Creature, the respect that Saint Francis had for everything that had to do with nature. Now, have we followed that preaching? We have destroyed the environment. We have destroyed the trees. We have hurt animals. We have hurt one another. And therefore, we believe at VIU, and we are convinced, that there's got to be energy, a powerful energy, to stop all that. And together with Andrea Boragno, we believe that we need more kindness, more compassion, more joy, if we want, in the same spirit, try and pursue the type of conclusions that today's dealings have brought with them. And so, in thanking you all for your contribution to our discussions, let me say that I look forward very much seeing you very often here on the island of San Sevolo, to go on and to go along together, trying to be always at the forefront and trying to make, first in Europe and then around the world, the same kind of standards that will allow us to say that the destruction will slow down and that consumers can be confident that when they see a label saying that it is carbon-free or close to carbon-free or it is friendly for the environment, we can believe it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, these are conclusion remarks, and after such a great conclusion by President, the President of the VIU, I don't want to be too long, but I'm really taking back home a lot of thoughts from this day. I think this is very important. And the interesting thing is that I'm taking back home, as Ambassador Battani was just saying, a whole set of awareness. First of all, it is clear to all of us, to all of the people that are working on sustainability since many years, that we are working on very different scales. From the magnitude of the financial markets and how we want to regulate those markets. I was reinforced on my opinion that changing accounting standards is a revolution. So it may be a boring issue. I don't think it is. I think it's a philosophical, very interesting issue. Changing accounting standards and practices is a revolution, as it has been a revolution after Second World War, when in fact that was quite a private sector exercise, as we know. I think today, because we are trying to implement in the value chain, in the way we address value in the accounting system, I think it must be within an institutional framework. So I think Italy has a role, and I want to, in my closing remarks, say I think Italy now in the G20, in the G7, it is a multilateral exercise. I am personally involved in that exercise. I have been called by the B20, which is the Business 20, which will give to President Draghi in a few days our remarks on impact finance. I have been involved in writing and drafting that piece, and President Draghi has committed to that. So that's one very important thing. But then I go to the very small things, and I am very grateful to the presentations today. I've learned a lot. Something I probably knew on a sort of automatic level, but there's a lot to go into, and there's a lot to clear. Because if there's something that we cannot allow, is to put all industries, all economic players on the same level when they're not. So I also want to thank Alcantara, and I also want to thank Andrea Boragno, because obviously Alcantara has been taking this issue very seriously. They still have to be pushed, as everybody. They're not, you know, they're not in paradise already, but they have taken this issue fortunately, but they have taken the issue seriously, and for me this is the important thing.
I got too early in any case.
No. And this is why I really appreciate your approach, because it's a concrete approach. And also I want to say a third thing. The work that we are doing with Human Foundation, you know, Human Foundation, I built Human Foundation 10 years ago. And it was 3 of us talking about impact investment and impact assessment, and it was like Ostrogoto in Italian. Now it's mainstream. And now we see a lot of, you know, newcomers saying, we are doing impact investors, and it's not true. So I know what it means to have been working seriously, day by day, thoroughly on your work, and then finding yourself sort of crossing the road. Don't worry. And also I want to tell you that for me, it's not, this was very interesting in the presentation this morning by the gentleman working with Reuters. I think it is very interesting to see that if we want to change things, if we want to move things, we don't just want to classify the goods and the bads. Who's in the good column and who's in the bad column. We want to move. And there's a lot of space for those who are in the bad column to move. So that is another thing I want to say. I really want to use the tools of impact evaluation, enforcing the tools of impact evaluations to change somebody that is now self-defining an ESG investor to an impact investor. That is what we do. Final thing, I want to go back to Ronnie Cohen's comment, because I think that impact-weighted accounts, we can call them in any way, but the issue is transparency and integrity. And this accounts to the bottle or to the product in the hotel. I have to understand now, going back, which one was the fake one. But it also accounts for the massive $40 trillion financial assets under management that now self-declare themselves ESG. Europe is leading. I think this is important to say. Europe is leading the theoretical change, but Europe has to be very careful in making sure that in the enforcement moment of the leadership, it is able to standardize and to have a clear accountability of who is applying and who is not applying those indications. I think that is very important as well. So as you see, I'm taking back home a lot of thoughts and a lot of considerations, and I really want to thank you. I want to thank the Venice International University, Alcantara, and all the staff that has done a great job. Thank you.
So very few things as a final conclusion. I don't want to repeat anything that has been already said several times. Just let me say that during the coffee break and during the lunch, I had the opportunity to have some feedback from any of you, and my feeling, the feeling that I got was that people was very much interested in what's said, and as the goal of this symposium is, I think, including Giovanna and myself, we are bringing, you brings home some new ideas, some new thoughts, together with a higher awareness about the seriousness of the problem and the necessity of address it. For sure it's coming out that policymakers are playing a key role in this process. It has been confirmed that if we want to have a green transition, greenwashing must be wiped out. Has been confirmed that the confusion is not only confined to the final consumer, to the final consumer. The confusion seems to invest in a very heavy way also the financial markets. And this probably is even more serious and even more dangerous. And I tend to see in this way the kind of recommendation that, recommendation is not a recommendation, it's a direction, it's a must. We have to have impact-weighted accounting, and transparency is the answer to greenwashing, impact accounting. This was the message, the final story coin. So let me thank you all for participating, for being here, for have been a guest speaker. And we all hope to have the chance to meet you, maybe in similar circumstances. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just ask everyone, we would love to commemorate this, moment, have a conference. If everyone could come up to the stage, all the participants, so we can take a photo to commemorate this, it would be wonderful. For those of you who have transfers, don't worry, they are being organized by the team. Is it okay for us to stand in front of the stage? Is that fine? I think it's okay. Yeah? Whatever the photographers want. Yeah. No, if you don't mind, if you guys could please come quickly. Some people have transfers and trips to catch. Thank you. Is it okay? If anyone would like to join the picture for the conference, please do join us on stage. All right. It's backwards. Wow. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah? Thank you so much.